Hello, everyone. We should be connecting up with you in just a moment. Just making sure that we're live on all the various social media, so bear with us a second. By the way, if there is anyone who is aware of some content free music that we can use for the intro, we'll be happy to have that. Please let us know because we're always looking for that in our shows, just to do a nice intro for you. Hello, everyone, and thank you for joining us. This is No Soundbites Allowed. I am your host, Michael Voss, Dragon of the Southern Tier. I'm happy to be here with you today. I am just going through making sure that we are live on all the various social media outlets that we can be to be able to speak with you. There is so much that is going on, and it is crazy right now. My God, the world is getting, well, it's getting to be kind of insane. Bear with me. Again, I'm trying to make sure that we are up so that everyone can see this around the world because the internet overlords, they love us so. By the way, I want you to know that you can always call into the program. Come on, go to chat stream. Why is that? No. Why is it doing this to me? Chat is not showing up yet. Okay, that's a little annoying. We're going to try and fix that as well before we go too much further. But you are always welcome to call in to 607-242-1582 to let us know what you think about the issues that are affecting us all. This is a conversation for anyone in the world. We're happy to hear all your voices. We know we have audiences that are in Sweden, Switzerland, the United Kingdom, India, Peru, Chile, Canada, Mexico, New York. It's across the country and across the nation, and we are always happy to hear your voices. I am trying to fix our chat stream for a second here. Bear with me. Whoops. Thing. And I'm going to be going into a couple things. For some reason, our chat is not showing up, which is kind of weird because it should be. Everything else is showing up. So it seems like the chat is disabled. Okay, fine. Let's get into this. North Korea is our ally. I don't think so. That's interesting. I just got a comment from user has been banned who says that it seems that the DPRK, North Korea, is our ally now. I don't know what that means, but on this program, just for those who have never been here before, every Sunday at 2:30 p.m., we reach out to hear your voices, to take your tweets, your chats, your comments, and to share them with the rest of the world, and to talk about some of the issues that are affecting us all. Normally, there is a chat stream box up, and at the moment, it is not. I do not know why. That is not something that we are banning. It seems that's something that's being stopped by the internet overlords. We talk a little bit about what's going on in health around the world. We talk about the energy prices and the economy around the world. We talk about the issues that are going to affect you all. And of course, we have comments from many of our viewers, like user has been banned, that will inform the conversation that we're going to have together. Our phone line is on, so you can call in at any time during the entire program. Perhaps one of the things I wanted to start with, now I'm not sure what you're talking about, user, in terms of North Korea, but not a problem. Let me take a second because I want to show you something that I think is important. We all remember monkeypox. Remember, we were told earlier this year, monkeypox was the next epidemic, that this was going to destroy the world, that we had to be terrified and afraid. Well, here it comes. Here's the neat thing. Monkeypox is essentially eradicated. It's almost non-existent. And mind you, monkeypox has been around since 1974. It almost entirely is affected by or found in the Congo in Africa. But occasionally there are outbreaks around the world, like the most recent outbreak, which started because of an orgy that took place in Europe and then spread to the rest of the world. And we are seeing that now the United States, as being reported by CNBC, that it's never going to go away. It never has gone away. That's not new news. Monkeypox is not a new thing that just started. It started in 1974 that we identified the disease, and it is transmitted by human contact. And they're saying, well, it's never going to go away, but it's manageable now. It always was manageable, because all you need to control monkeypox, essentially, and at least in this latest outbreak, is for gay and bisexual men not to have random, unprotected sex with multiple partners. That's it. If you control that, and we have, then monkeypox virtually disappears in the modern world. That's a fact. And they're trying to tell you that, well, no, this is because of vaccines. Vaccines have made it safe. No, it's people not having unprotected random sex, in particular between bisexual and gay men, which is overwhelmingly the main source of monkeypox in the United States. And it came here because of an orgy that happened in Europe. These are the facts that we know. Never fall for panic is never a thing. Remember, we were getting the Biden administration back in March. We're telling us, you need to panic. This is uncontrollable. This was going to be the next outbreak that was going to destroy the world. No, it never was going to be that. It was very contained, something that could easily be contained, something that wasn't a terrifying medical event. Mind you, it's not a good thing. And I'm not saying that it's something that we shouldn't be concerned about, but it is something that we shouldn't be terrified about. And that's important, because the news media doesn't really say that to you. They tell you, be afraid, be afraid. You've got to put on another mask. You've got to get another jab. You've got to do what the government says, because the government's going to micromanage your health care. And the answer is, realistically, no, that's not the case. The case is, you can take actions to protect yourself. You are better able to control your health care than the government will ever be able to do. And you taking simple precautions will help you more often and more readily than anything that the government is saying, well, everyone's the same, so everyone must do the same thing. No. And we see that in the case of monkeypox. Again, I'm not a doctor. I'm not giving you medical advice, but these are the facts as we know them. And this is the solution. It was very simple. So I want you to consider that every time you hear the government, and they will continue to say, there's another medical emergency that's happening right now. Stop, think. Is there a solution that you can do in your life that will help you? And we've seen this around the world. The answer is, if you're a bisexual or gay man, don't have unprotected random sex with individuals. And that worked. It's a simple answer. My God, it's so simple. Why has it got to be difficult sometimes? By the way, user has been banned. We will be discussing Kamala's speech both in North Korea and in Florida, and it is insane what that woman has said. This is terrifying that Kamala Harris is going to be the next person in the White House in 2023, if we are correct. It is terrifying to hear what she's saying now about our relationship with North Korea, who won't talk to the Biden-Harris administration. They have never spoken to the Biden-Harris administration. And yet she seems to think that there are allies, that there are buddies. This is insane. But I want to go to energy. Let's talk about what's going to happen to our energy around the world. And I think we're up on YouTube and Facebook right now. I'm not sure that we are. But I wanted to mention, we've been told that the economy is good, that everything's going great. You just don't understand how great the economy is. By the way, unemployment is increasing. By the way, inflation is increasing. By the way, interest rates are increasing. But the economy is good. It's solid. You have to believe that. Vote on that in November. That's what we've been told. We've been told that this entire year for 2022. It's never been true. And as we have been saying throughout the entire year, in fact, since February of 2021, we've been telling you the economy is in danger. And now we have them telling you that we're going into the third and fourth quarter as we go forward. The year is going to get better. You know why? Because the cost of energy, gasoline is going down. The cost to heat your homes is going down. So inflation is handled. They have inflation resolved. The cost is going down. This is a lie. And the price of gasoline, whether you have diesel or gas, the cost of fuel oil is about to spike a lot. Now you may say, Mike, how can you predict that? How would you possibly know that? Easy. I read the international news because OPEC has just announced today, October 2nd, about 2 minutes ago, an hour ago, they just came out and made the international announcement that on October 5th, OPEC and other nations related to OPEC are going to get together and they are going to cut 1 million barrels, not the 100,000 that Biden was able to negotiate for 1 month. No. They're going to cut 1 million barrels of oil available to the entire world. You know what that means? Higher gas prices. It means higher fuel oil prices. It means higher electricity. This is what's going to happen. And that's going to make the recession that we are in deeper and harder. The rest of the news media doesn't want to tell you this. They want you to think that everything's okay so that you will vote Democrat. That's why the Biden administration keeps telling you, no, the economy is great. We're not in a recession. Just because unemployment is increasing, just because inflation is increasing, just because everything is increasing, don't think that we're in a recession. Remember, you're not paying the peak of gasoline prices as you were in the beginning of the summer. So everything's good. Gas prices at the pump went down. So there is no inflation. That is a lie. That is a manipulation. And they know that. And if you think that they have a handle on this, even if OPEC cuts by 500,000 barrels, if they cut 100,000, 200,000 barrels, it means higher prices, period. Because the United States isn't actually generating any oil. We're not an energy independent nation anymore. We haven't been since the Biden-Harris administration took over. We cut that out. So we're buying oil and gas just like Europe is, just like Germany and Italy are, which is driving up the price around the world. So, yeah, this means you're going to pay more. By the way, and I do see some in the comments, I'm going to get to them in 1 second. By the way, if you thought, well, that's not bad enough, here's the other news that came out yesterday, which you may not have noticed. Bloomberg News. Gazprom, that's Russia. If you didn't know, Gazprom is the Russian oil and gas industry. Gazprom says they are halting gas supplies to Italy. Now, they did this to Germany already, and now they're doing it to Italy to punish the EU, the European Union, to force them to try and capitulate, to be able to the increasing cost of oil, OPEC, around the world. That oil price is going up. Russia can't sell as easily as they used to all of Europe because Europe says, well, they're backing Ukraine. So the answer from Russia is you still get most of your gas from Russia. They're just going to turn it off in the middle of the winter to punish Europe. And that means higher gas prices. It means more people are dependent on the oil and gas from OPEC, which means that it's going to be worse for the rest of the world as we compete for fewer and fewer barrels of oil, less and less energy that's available. This is the reality. And that means that the inflation and the recession are getting deeper and will last longer. And the Fed, as much as they're saying they're going to increase rates another 1.5 points, that means we're going to have 4.5% for the, not for inflation, for the interest rates. That's going to increase. It's going to cost more for your mortgage, your housing, your car loans, your credit cards. Everything is going up. We already see mortgages are at 7.5%. It's going higher. This is an economy that is slowing down. So, in just the latest news, and I really don't know why my chat stream is not showing up. I'm really very upset about that. But in the news we're just able to show you, the fact is, you're looking at higher prices. Now, I do want to say, hey, Jan, I'm glad that you made it. No, you didn't miss anything. We started at 2:30. So Jan is with us. Hot Chicks, I see you there. Hello, Hot Chicks. It's good to see you. I'm not sure why we're not getting comments from YouTube or Facebook at this moment to show on the screen. I apologize to everyone, but I am seeing your comments, and we are going to be responding to you. Let me make sure of the comments here. Jan mentions that the third quarter decline of the GDP, but we're not in a recession. They're going to try and phrase this as best they can. They have about 35 days before there's another election. They want you to think that everything is good. I guarantee you a week, maybe 2 weeks after the November 22 elections, you're going to see them come out and mention that we're in a recession, that they have a plan. They won't tell you what the plan is, and it's not their fault. And everything's going to fall apart so that when Republicans take over, because there is a landslide that is expected, they're going to blame the entire recession and everything on Republicans starting in January of 2023 going forward, because that'll help them in 2024 as Democrats try and retain the White House. If we are correct, you're also going to see that they're going to start talking about using the 25th Amendment against Joe Biden so that Kamala Harris can sit in the White House in January of 2023, so that they have a woman of color, which they believe is makes it impossible for Republicans to win, because anything they say is, well, then you're being racist or you're being anti-woman. And so they're going to have someone who is protected and easily able to get reelected. It's a terrifying scenario. It really is. But I'm telling you, I know user has been banned, says, who didn't see this coming? Mortgage rates up and prices still haven't fallen on properties. No, here's the thing. Most people are listening to the news media. CNBC, MSNBC, ABC, CBS, the New York Times, they're telling you that everything's okay. The press secretary, Jean-Pierre, is telling you every day at the podium for the White House saying, no, everything's okay. You just don't understand how great the economy is. Meanwhile, in Europe, everyone's already in a recession. They're already telling us that it's going to be double-digit inflation, that it's going to last until 2024, maybe 2025. The Fed has already said that they expect that this downturn is going to last until 2024 in the absolute best case scenario. That's assuming that government actually does its job. Have you ever known? I'm 54. I have never known the government to do a good job at anything. And you expect them to get this right? These are the same people that told you that inflation was transitory. This was just transitional. It's temporary. Don't worry. The inflation you saw back in January when we told you to start buying food to prepare for the shortage of food that is starting now in October, that we don't have enough food in the world. There's a 40% food shortage that is predicted. When we started telling you that back in January, February, March, they were telling you, oh, inflation is transitory. Don't worry about it. Don't listen. Well, you had your choice. You could listen to us or you could listen to them. Who's been right so far? So yeah, your energy prices are about to go up. And Donna Beach, hello Donna, good to see you with us. Donna says that I'm not against a black or a woman being president, just against stupidity. And I want to say the same thing. I'm not picking on Kamala Harris because she's a woman of color. I don't care. Is she the best person for the job? And the answer is no, she's not. Just look at what she was put in charge of the southern border. And what have we seen? The greatest number of illegal aliens entering the United States at a pace that we have never seen before. She has completely failed. We have seen her go over to South Korea, and our relations, international relations with the United States and South Korea have gotten worse. The international relations in Southeast Asia has gotten worse. This is her job. This is where she's running around the world. She's failed everything that she has done. And even back in 2019, Democrats knew that she was going to fail. That's why she never went above 5% in Democratic polling on the for the ticket for the nomination in the 2020 election. She never got over 5%. She was only hired because of diversity, because she's a woman of color. That's the only reason why she has the job. And she's the one that's going to be next. I'm not against her being black, or she's sometimes black, she's sometimes Indian. Whatever race she wants to pick, I don't care. I don't care that she's a woman, whether or not she could possibly define it, because she's not a biologist. So according to Ketanji Brown Jackson on the Supreme Court, we have no idea what a woman is. I don't care. Is she the best person? And demonstrably, she's not. I'm going to get into that, because what does it mean to have Kamala Harris in charge? Look to her comments in Florida, and that tells you she is going to divide this nation. She is willing to harm people in America based on the color of their skin. I will confirm why I'm saying that as we go to the comments in just a minute. But let me first mention, when I say that the United States is in trouble in terms of our commentary, in terms of what's going on, there it is. So I'm trying to fix something as well as we speak. Nope, it's just not showing. I'm trying to get the chat stream up, but it's not showing. When I say that the United States international policy screwed up, we see that coming out on September 28th, the Solomon Islands just decided that they're not going to back the United States. This is one of the Commonwealth nations. This is something where we have great relations. This is the South Pacific. And we're seeing that the South Pacific, the Solomon Islands, are making deals with China and not listening to the United States. They will not go with the United States backing. They're not paying attention to us anymore. This is how great the Biden-Harris administration has been. This is how great their international leadership has been. This is how great their policy has been. The Solomon Islands is saying, we're just not going to deal with you. We're working with China. This is international news, folks. This was reported by Reuters on September 28th. Was it big news in the United States? I guarantee not. But this is a big deal. We are losing the ability to influence the world in terms of international politics. Our allies for decades upon decades, are now rejecting the Biden-Harris administration, and therefore America and our power in the world, which is why we're seeing the world become less and less stable. And we're seeing China getting more and more power, which is destabilizing the world as they push for more and more communism in the world. You don't have to believe me, folks. This is the fact. And the links to everything we're talking about will be in the description at the end of the show. But I want you to understand, that's how bad this is getting. That we are losing our position in the world, our leadership in the world, because we have no leadership in the United States at this time. Jan mentions that Kamala Harris will use her powers to take away the Second Amendment. She said that. She did in 2019. But Jan, it's worse than that. I wish that was the only thing. Yes, we know that Kamala Harris sitting in the White House will try and destroy the Second Amendment, that she will take away the ability of American citizens to defend themselves and their homes and their families. We know that. But it doesn't end there. She's failed on international policy, and the United States is not being respected, and our former allies are rejecting us. This is important because the mainstream media will not tell you that. At the same time, we see that the recession is having a big impact. I want to go over this. Morgan Stanley, JP Morgan, Goldman Sachs, BlackRock have all said that stocks are no longer the answer. That the recession, they're calling it a recession risk, even though we're already in a recession by definition. I know. They changed the definitions again, just like they changed the definition of what a man is. They changed the definition of what a woman is. They changed the definitions of vaccines. They changed definitions when they don't politically help the progressive movement. But we are in a recession, by definition, just like the rest of the world. And the thing that's important about this, which most people didn't notice, came out on the 27th of September, this week. What does this mean to you? See, we know energy prices are going up. We know inflation is going up. We know interest rates are going up. This means that your 401k, which is almost everybody's 401k in America, your retirement plan, right now is based on stocks. And the major companies in the industry, the major investment firms, are moving away from stocks, which is what your portfolio is based on. This is what your retirement is based on. And they're starting to buy bonds. Now, stockbrokers today, most people who are trading the markets today, they have never seen a time where people bought bonds instead of stocks. They don't know how to deal with this market. I've been talking to a couple of traders, day traders, recently, and they've never seen a market. They've never known a market where they had to figure out what is the value of a bond versus the value of a stock and which one is the better trade-off. They don't know how to deal with this. Your 401k doesn't know how to balance that. They've never dealt with this before. Your retirement plans are at risk because of this bear market, even though you aren't being told about it. Now, I used to be a stockbroker. I'm not anymore because I chose not to. I've never been sued as a stockbroker. Never. Okay? So I want you to look out to your financial advisors and speak with them. What can you do to protect your 401k as we get into this very deep recession with inflation that will be at least 15%, if not more? That's the official rate. Because I know when you go out and you buy eggs, you know it's at least 16% more. When you're buying milk and meat, you know it's at least 25% more than just a year ago. You know that when you buy crackers, they're up 100%. You know this. You know that when you are buying things, you're spending at least 40% more than you were 1 year ago. So you know that when the government says, well, inflation's only 9%, they're lying because it's more. You know you're paying more. But you have to also look at what's going to happen to your investments, your retirement funds. Because if you're counting on being able to use your home as your retirement nope. Remember, mortgage rates are going up. Housing prices are starting to go down. Don't rely on that. No one else in the media wants to tell you these things to prepare. Just like they didn't tell you, get ready for the food shortage, buy rice, buy canned foods, buy flour, get foods that will last a long time. No one's been telling you that. I've been saying it, and God help me, everyone in the chat who's been watching the program for a while knows I say this every week. Buy extra food. If you had started in January, February, March, if you had started buying extra food back then, you would have saved today 25% on your food bill. You'd have extra food at this moment as we're about to go into a food shortage that will last 1 year. Here's the other thing they don't tell you about this. This food shortage isn't just the winter. It's a year. Because they have to collect the crops, they have to wait through the winter, they have to plant the crops, they have to let the crops grow, and then they can harvest them again. That is a year-long process. This food shortage isn't just going to happen over the winter. So you need to prepare long term. You have to be thinking ahead because Joe Biden doesn't even want to mention the fact that there is a global food crisis. They don't want to mention it. ABC, CBS, and CNN, they don't want to tell you that there is a global food crisis that we are seeing. We've already seen it happen in Sri Lanka. We see it in Panama. We are seeing around the world, throughout Africa. People are already starving, and we haven't even gotten close to what we're about to see happen throughout the month of October. User Has Been Banned says the entire growing season, maybe even 2 years if the war in the Ukraine continues. Yeah, because the Ukraine is responsible for a lot of our fertilizer. That's adding to this problem. So yeah, we're looking at least a year. We've been doing everything we can to tell you to prepare. I know people are watching football right now. People are being entertained right now. They don't want to look at this, but you have to. If you take nothing else away from this conversation today, no matter where you are in the world, buy more rice, buy more canned foods, buy foods that will last longer, stockpile. It's going to get worse. That is a fact. It's not conjecture. It's not a guess. We've already heard from the WHO, the CDC. We've heard from the White House itself. We know a food shortage is going to happen. The question is, what is the plan? And if you are waiting for the White House to come up with an answer, if you're waiting for members of Congress to come up with an answer, if you're waiting for your local governor to come up with an answer, they haven't. They've had 9 months to give you an answer. Not one of them has a plan, and they don't want to talk about it because they don't have a plan. It's terrifying. It is terrifying, folks. Let's see. User Has Been Banned mentions that the shortage of fertilizer hasn't helped Europe, and Europe is preventing farmers from being able to farm because of climate change. Yeah, because farmers are using gas-powered and diesel-powered farming equipment. Well, we've seen that that's been bad, and so Europe is actually harming. We've seen this. That's why there's protests in Denmark where we've been seeing a lot of people. We've seen that in Canada as well. This is the problem, folks. And it's only going to get worse because we have leadership that are so busy trying to buy your votes that they aren't paying attention to the consequences of what they're doing. I mean, think about it. They could be talking, the world leaders could be talking about solutions for the global food crisis or the impending increase in oil and gas costs for every citizen around the world. But instead, we have the Biden-Harris administration trying to figure out how they can still buy student loan votes, that they want college students to vote Democrat. So that means they're going to buy off those loans. They're going to redistribute them to you, that you're going to pay for it, whether you went to college or not, whether you paid off your college loans or not, whether you paid off the college loans for your kids or not. You are now going to pay for this. We know it's going to cost $400 billion. Remember, Biden said it wasn't going to cost you a dime. He lied. He lied. It's going to cost you $400 billion that we don't have. That is going to increase the amount of inflation in the world, and in particular in the United States, because we don't have an extra $400 billion to buy off, or rather to redistribute that loan to you. But he wants this, because if those students, if you take away their debt, $10,000, $20,000, the only way they get that is if Democrats remain in power. So the college students are incentivized because of personal greed, because of their personal self-interest, to be able to elect Democrats. Otherwise, they have to pay off the debt that they agreed to, that they knew that they signed up for it. They ran on up and said, yes, I will pay off this $10,000, $20,000 in this loan. They made that decision. You didn't make that decision for them. I didn't make the decision for them. But we have to pay, according to the Biden-Harris administration, Nancy Pelosi, AOC, the squad, they want you to pay for it. Why do I have to pay this? Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez is driving around in an $80,000 Tesla. She lives in an apartment that's $15,000 a month and is gated so that you can't live there. Nancy Pelosi has a wall around her home and a refrigerator filled by her staff with nothing but ice cream. You have Cori Bush, who has demanded that you have to pay off her entire student loan debt. Meanwhile, she's a landlord making $100,000 a year, $130,000 a year off of her being a landlord, and she's paying $70,000 because of the taxes that you spend go to pay her income, her salary. She makes $200,000 a year. She spends $70,000 on a private security, but you should pay off her student loan. She only makes 5 times as much money as the average American. So the Biden administration right now is focused. The biggest issue they have is making sure that they can get those student loans to as many students out there as they can to get votes. They are buying votes. This is their priority. Not an increase in oil, not the shortage of food, not the recession that is going on, not trying to improve international policy. No. Their focus is they need student loans. They need student loans to buy votes. Let me ask you, does that make sense to you? Does that sound like it's in your best interest? Let me go to some of the comments here. Jan mentions that California farmers are hurting right now because of water shortages in California, because of climate change, because of Governor Newsom, who wants to run for president in 2024. And she goes on to say that yet California wasted so much water by dumping it into the ocean. That's progressive ideology. That's progressive politics. They don't solve problems. They push the problem down the road and blame it on someone else. They never fix anything. All they do is try to get to the next election. They don't understand the consequences of their actions at all. They don't care. They just want to get to the next election to maintain their power, because that's the only answer they care about. Nothing else is important to them. And if there is any progressive that disagrees with me, that thinks I am wrong, 607-242-1582. The phone line is on right now. I'm checking it as we speak. The phone is on. You can call in and tell me, Mike, you got it wrong. Here's why. Please, I'm happy to hear it. If you think that you and I should pay for the student loans of some other kid, somebody else, we should pay for their student loan, please tell me why I should do that. Really, what's the argument? Why should I pay for someone else's bill? By the way, is anyone going to come and pay for my mortgage? Is anyone going to come and pay for my electric bill? No? Well, why not? Oh, because I'm not a college student. So, why am I paying for this college student? There is no difference there. I don't see it. But this is where our government is focused, and this is insane. And yes, user has been banned. I agree with you. They are inept leadership. This is insane that we are seeing this. And if you think I was making up some of the numbers, again, the White House is downplaying. The CBO, the Congressional Budget Office, has determined that it will cost $400 billion to have the student loan bill, to buy off those votes. These aren't numbers I'm making up. I'm going to the actual government, to our mainstream media, and I'm finding the information that they're trying to not connect the dots for you. They don't want you to think student loan equals $400 billion that we don't have, which equals inflation. Because one of the two top reasons why we have inflation today, energy costs and spending money we don't have. That's it. Those are the two major causes of inflation right now. We're spending money we don't have, and we're about to spend another $400 billion that we don't have to buy votes. Does that make sense to anyone? Does that seem fair and useful to anyone? I mean, this is crazy stuff. These are insane ideas. And it's being compounded by little things that we're seeing. Now, I'm going to get to the international issues in a minute. Yes, we're still going to talk about NATO. Yes, we're going to be talking about the Ukraine. Yes, we're going to talk about World War III. Yes, we're going to be talking about what's going on with China in the United States. But I want you to understand, $400 billion, and user has been banned is correct. We could use $400 billion. Do you know how many nuclear power plants that could build? Hell, if you want to buy solar or wind, do you know how many of those we could build? Do you know how much we can do to feed the homeless, feed our soldiers, take care of them medically, to help so many people? That's $400 billion that we could be using right now to help Puerto Rico and Florida to deal with the hurricanes Fiona and Ian. That's where we could spend that. If we have to spend $400 billion, I'd rather spend it on people who have their homes destroyed, their businesses destroyed because of a hurricane, that natural disaster that you can't do anything about. You couldn't have prevented it. How about we spend $400 billion on that instead of on student loans that they agreed to? That isn't the responsibility of anyone except the person who took out the student loan. By the way, I paid off my student loan. Why can't these kids? Does it take a while? Absolutely. But that's not a reason not to do it. That's not a reason not to. Just because it's difficult, just because it will take a lot of time, doesn't mean it shouldn't be done. It doesn't mean that's where we should be spending the money we have and living through the inflation because we're spending more than we have. My God, this is so insane. I think so. And again, if you disagree, you can call into 607-242-1582. By the way, please, if you're finding this to be informative, if this is information you have not heard about anywhere else, if this is information that no one has ever talked to you about, especially if you're looking at this mainstream media, please like, share, subscribe. Especially subscribe. Let us get to 1,000 subscribers to be able to reach people around the world, to have that conversation with them, to let them know what's happening, what are the consequences of what's going on here. Because the mainstream media sure as hell doesn't want to tell you that. They sure as hell don't want to help you with that. Hang on one second. Sorry, had to answer someone. And again, I am very understanding of what happened with Hurricane Ian, what happened with Hurricane Fiona. I understand. Let's spend the money on them. But there's no reason why we should spend it on those college students that they volunteered to take those student loans. If you think I'm wrong, call in. Tell me why. Send me a text. I'm looking for the comments from Yahoo and Twitter. Please, let me see it. At the same time, we have to recognize, and we're not talking about NATO yet, but we will. We have to understand that these leaders, they are doing everything they can to destroy the foundation of our nation. In California, 2019, Governor Newsom, who was already looking at trying to run in 2024 for president, decided that he was going to deny the United States government from evicting illegal aliens, that he would not allow immigration facilities to hold and deport illegal aliens in America. It's illegal. It was unconstitutional when he did it in 2019, and it's unconstitutional now, according to the Ninth Circuit Court. That is one of the highest courts just before you get to the Supreme Court. And they have decided that California, Governor Newsom, is unconstitutional in trying to have a sanctuary state. Illegal aliens are illegal. They are criminals. They need to be deported. That is the law of the United States. And California doesn't get to make up their own mind. They don't get to have a separate set of laws. These illegal aliens need to be deported. That is the rule of law in the United States. Even the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals, which is notorious for their progressive ideology and their judicial activism, says you can't do that. And yet, we're being told by Biden-Harris, Kamala Harris, we're being told by the progressives, Nancy Pelosi, Adam Schiff, the squad, that no, we have to have open borders. We have to let them in. Do not deport them. Do not support the government agency, ICE, Immigration and Customs Enforcement. Don't support that. Don't support deporting illegal aliens. Let them in, as long as they don't make it to Martha's Vineyard. Got to remember, the illegal aliens, it's fantastic if all the illegal aliens are living in LA, if they're in, I don't know, New York City, if they're isolated in Texas, that's okay. That's, let them stay there. But those illegal aliens, let them in all day long as they never come to Martha's Vineyard, as long as they never go to the Hamptons, as long as they don't try and move into Hollywood or, with Nancy Pelosi in San Francisco, as long as they aren't going to where the elites live, as long as it's not somewhere that they vacation like President Obama, then it's perfectly fine. Open up the floodgates. We don't need ICE, sanctuary cities. But the second that they decide, think about it, the second that these illegal aliens got to Martha's Vineyard, how fast did President Obama and all those elites, those progressives at Martha's Vineyard, how fast did they get rid of those brown people? In less than 48 hours, they had them rounded up, put on a bus, and kicked out of their town. They have the housing. They have the food. They have the resources. They just didn't want 50, not 500, not 5,000, not 5 million. They didn't want 50 brown illegal aliens in their neighborhood. They didn't want them in their hotels. They didn't want them eating their food. Oh no, how dare you? They have to go to Texas. They have to go to New Mexico. They have to go anywhere but their homes, because that's someone else's problem. How is that not racist? Because it's not like, oh, these are the same people who are telling us we need more illegal aliens. President Obama wants an open border policy. Kamala Harris wants an open border policy. But they just don't want them in their neighborhood. Your neighborhood doesn't matter as much. Your neighborhood, it's okay. But not in Martha's Vineyard. Not in the Hamptons. Not in San Francisco. Not in the Hollywood. Not in the places where the far left live, because they're special. You're not special. You can live with them. They can go into your house and take your food. They can live on your property, but they can't live on their property. They're special. Do you see how this falls apart? It falls apart when you start to look at exactly what the consequences are. And when they feel the consequences, when it hurts their livelihood, when it makes their lives uncomfortable, then it's a problem. But if it's a problem for you and me, they don't care. Gas prices are going up. Well, Stephen Colbert laughs in your face on nightly news. He laughs and says, I don't care if it's $15 a gallon. Doesn't matter if you have to pay $15 a gallon for gas, because he's got an electric car and he doesn't care. And he's rich. He doesn't care what you have to pay. Nancy Pelosi doesn't care about whether you have to pay more at the store. She's got an aide that is being paid $60,000 a year to fill her refrigerator with ice cream. They don't care. Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez is riding around in a Tesla worth $80,000. She gets paid 5 times what you get paid, and she wants you to pay off her student loan debt. Folks, if you want to see why America is falling apart, why the world is becoming less stable, listen to what these people are doing. Let me go back to some of the comments here. And I know you can't see the comments. I apologize. It's being blocked for some reason. I don't know why. But Jan mentions that the Biden comparing student loan forgiveness to PPP, basically the pandemic reactions, is insane. And it makes no sense and it's unconstitutional. By the way, he doesn't have the constitutional right to take your money, or rather take that debt and put it on your back. He doesn't have the right to do that. He doesn't have that power. He knows it. Anyway, Jan says, and they're talking about giving all the DACA citizenship. Yeah, that they want to give illegal aliens a pathway to citizenship, which they don't deserve. And it's not the law. And we shouldn't do it. And if you want to see even more people coming into America, guess what? Tell these illegal aliens that you're going to make them citizens, and you will see the immigration numbers double. You will see not just 8,000 people a day crossing the United States border, you will see 16,000 people a day entering America to get citizenship. Guaranteed. The numbers will increase because you're giving it away for free. Why wouldn't they do it? And they don't, and again, they're trying to tell you, well, the bad guys are the police. The bad guys are ICE. The bad guys are the Border Patrol. The people who are actually trying to enforce the laws that exist and to protect our national security, to protect our nation. Again, I'm not saying that all illegal aliens are bad people. Some of them most certainly are. But probably the majority aren't. But they're breaking our laws. They are criminals by definition. They broke the law. They are evading the law and prosecution of the law. They are criminals. They don't deserve to be in America. Period. Let me go further. And Jan mentions that Beto and Abbott, they had a debate, I believe, about the open borders. I haven't seen that yet. But I did see something, and I made a poll about this. You may have seen it. It's on YouTube. It's also on Facebook, this poll. And I want to ask people this. I want to see what the response has been. In 2019, 2020, Joe Biden touted his experience with world leaders that we see today is falling apart. And based solely on your memory of the United States major media coverage, how many missile launches has North Korea fired under the Biden-Harris administration in 2022 alone? Now remember, this is the same North Korea that we just saw Kamala Harris go to the border, the DMZ, and say they're our allies, as user has been banned brought up. She was having a speech saying that we're working with North Korea, a country that hasn't talked to the Biden-Harris administration since the day they got in office. The same people who have been firing missiles at our allies in South Korea, at Japan, at Taiwan, to threaten us, to try and get us to bend to our knees and give North Korea what it wants, to threaten the United States with nuclear war, with ballistic missiles. How many missiles have they fired? Now, this is interesting because I went to Twitter, and when I did this on Twitter, the answer is, well, it's the same as the number of missiles fired by President Obama. 25% said it's the same number as the number of missiles fired against President Trump. And there is another answer, which is more than any president ever. 25% said that. When we looked at it on our YouTube channel where we did the same poll, 75% of the people who answered the poll said it's the same as under the Obama-Biden administration. On average, 11.25 missiles, about 11 missiles a year. One person said, or 25% said, that it's equal to the peak of the Trump administration, 13 missiles a year. Okay, this poll is still ongoing, but I want you to see this is how badly you are being informed about international policy. The answer is 30. There have been 30 missiles launched by North Korea in 2022 alone. That is more than any president ever. The average number of missiles launched by North Korea under the Biden-Harris administration has been 20 a year, which is more than the average for any president ever. There has never been more agitation and more threat from North Korea than under the Biden-Harris administration. But Kamala Harris is telling you last week on Thursday, everything's great. It's like the economy. Everything's fine. You just don't understand. Things are fantastic. Even though North Korea has been on average firing about 3 missiles a month, hypersonic ballistic missiles that could reach the United States, almost any part of the United States, with a nuclear weapon, threatening everyone in America, threatening our allies in Japan, in South Korea, and in Taiwan. This is supposed to be positive relations. This is how bad the public is being informed. That people who are answering this, people who think they're well informed on Twitter, they think that everything's normal. It's all fine. Because CNBC, MSNBC, ABC, they've all told you that everything is fine. So they think it's like, well, things are back with Obama. Things are great. Things are going well. They are worse than they have ever been before. The threat is larger today than it has ever been. I'm sure there are people who are shocked right now. But it's true. There has never been more of a threat from North Korea against the United States, against our allies in Japan, in South Korea, in Taiwan, than exists today. At the same time that as we started this show, the Solomon Islands is saying America can't protect South Korea. They can't protect Taiwan. They're not protecting Japan. Hey, I guess we'll make a deal with China. That's the result. That's the consequence. As much as Kamala Harris wants to lie to the American people, say everything's fine, it's all doing great, things are under control, the rest of the world is looking at it going, you guys have lost the narrative. You guys have no plan. You guys, the Biden-Harris administration, you guys can't protect anyone. So everyone's leaving the United States. They're making their own plans, and sadly, they're making a lot of those plans with China. If you think I am wrong, if you think my conclusions, the evidence I am providing to you is incorrect, no problem. Call into 607-242-1582. Yes, you can leave a comment on YouTube and Facebook. I do see the comments. It's not, for some reason, the system isn't showing it right now, but I am seeing your comments. Send me a comment. Tell me why I am wrong. I'm looking forward to hearing from anyone on the left to explain how things are still, they're all peachy, they're dandy, everything's great. It's like being back with Obama. And it is a demonstrable, factual, empirical lie. They are lying to your face to make you feel good so that you will vote for them. They're doing this all before November so that they can get as many votes as possible. And after the November election, they're going to tell you the truth. And there's a lot of Americans, there are millions of Americans who are going to be shocked because they haven't seen this program, they haven't seen the evidence, and they are not going to realize that we are in a recession, that it is deep, it is long lasting, it is going to affect your IRA, it is going to affect your retirement funds, your mortgages, your credit cards. It's affecting international policy, and the United States and its allies are under constant and extreme threat, more than we have ever seen before. That's not conjecture. That's not some kind of conspiracy theory. That's the evidence coming from the left-leaning media and the international left-leaning media. 90% of our evidence comes from the left-leaning media around the world. I'm not telling you what the left is hiding from you. I'm telling you exactly what they're showing you. Hey, Agent Black is with us. He's from the UK. Always good to have you with us in the chat. He mentions that a Chinese defector, Dong Jingwei, is not being talked about. Chinese counterintelligence director, where is he at? I don't know. That's a good question. And Agent Black, by the way, I don't think most Americans even know that there was a Chinese defector and that he, at all, let alone that he worked in counterintelligence. But we're not being told about that. We're not being told about those kinds of things at all. We aren't even being told, we're not being told about what's happening with our southern border. Remember, no one's asking Kamala Harris, hey, Kamala Harris, what's going on with the southern border? We're not seeing people ask Governor Newsom, hey, Governor Newsom, you trying to turn California into a sanctuary state? That's unconstitutional. No one's asking him about that. No, they're saying he should run for the presidency in 2024. No one's saying that, hey, Joe Biden, we're going to see inflation skyrocket if you're wasting money on the Ukraine and you're wasting money on redistributing college debt just to get votes. No one's asking these questions. Hell, we don't even get something as simple as, here it is in New York State. For everyone who's in New York, and this is going to happen in many states, not just New York. Did you know that in New York State, throughout this entire year, nobody knows who's running for what election this year? Everyone is confused. Nobody has an idea of where anyone is running because of the gerrymandering and the unconstitutional actions of the Democrats who control all of New York State's government. And it is so bad that they have to go back and they still have to fix the gerrymandering that's going to exist in the 2022 election. It is so bad that they have to fix it again because it is biased, it is built for progressives, and this is meant only to help Democrats maintain power in Congress and in the state. And it is unconstitutional and it is screwed up. They are nullifying votes. I'm not saying that City and State of the City and State, which is a left-leaning news media, has come out and mentioned this on September 29th at 3:55 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. They are telling you themselves how bad it is. If we can't figure out the voting districts in the Democratic progressive cities and states, if we can't figure that out, are we surprised that the Solomon Islands, that we're seeing Europe, everyone is abandoning the United States, that they're trying to get away from these progressive ideas? Because everywhere where we have seen the progressive ideology take hold and is in charge, it is failure. Look at crime in New York State, California, Illinois, Delaware, Maryland. Everywhere that we see Democrats have maintained decades-long, if not century-long control, is a complete snafu. And this is affecting the rest of the world. So let's talk about what's going on internationally. Let's go and talk about what's happening with NATO. Let's talk about the Ukraine. Let's talk about World War III. because we're right on the edge of it. Hang on a second. Just so people know, give me a second. I want to take a sip here. But I think it's always important in these programs, in this show, in this live stream, that whether or not the internet overlords will allow me to show you the chat that is going on, the conversation that's happening on YouTube, on Facebook, on social media, I think it's always important. We have to understand what's going on in the rest of the world, what's happening in America that you're not being told about. We know that inflation is getting worse, that the recession is getting deeper, that the food crisis is on the horizon and hurting nations right now. We know that the world is destabilizing and that the United States has little ability to have a positive impact. And what we are seeing now is that the EU is vowing to protect the energy network after the sabotage of Russian gas pipeline. The EU is blaming Russia for the Nord Stream 1 sabotage. Russia and some other countries, India, are blaming the United States. I honestly believe that the answer is neither of those. I think it was Iran. And I can give you a reason for that. In fact, we did an entire video explaining that it was Iran that did this. That Iran was responsible because Iran gets the most benefit. Now, the audience, you may disagree with me. You may say, Mike, but that's not the thing. The problem is, who would do it? Why would they do it? Why would Russia blow up their own pipeline? They don't need to do that. They just turned off the gas for Italy. They turned off the gas for Germany earlier. They don't need to bomb their pipeline to hurt Europe. They're already doing it. And they're winning. The ruble in the Russian ruble is at higher levels than it has ever been since before the war started. They are making sales of gas and oil to China and the rest of the world, and they're making money on that. And Europe is still buying their oil and gas because they have to. They're winning. The cost of oil and gas is going up. They're making more money selling less oil and gas. They're winning. Why would they destroy Nord Stream? The United States, for their part, why would they do it? America's already having a proxy war with Russia. We already have allies in Europe and in the United Kingdom fighting for us. Why do we need to do this? To make people say that Russia's a bad guy? We already think they're bad guys. We already know they're bad guys. It doesn't help. To increase the cost of energy around the world, the United States isn't energy independent. To drive up the cost of energy in the world hurts America and hurts Americans. There is no long-term or even short-term benefit. The only answer is that America wants to go to active war. We want to have an active World War III. Soldiers on the ground in the Ukraine fighting Russia. And no one in the United States, the American people, do not support that. I do not believe the people in the United Kingdom want to send their soldiers, their sons and daughters, to fight in the Ukraine. I don't believe anyone in Europe, especially in Germany, nobody wants to send their kids to go fight in the Ukraine. And let's be honest, the majority of people who would be fighting out of NATO are Americans. 80% of every single soldier that would be sent to Ukraine to fight would be an American soldier. We would have the highest burden. And we don't want to fight for the Ukraine. It's not our war. It has nothing to do with us. I mean, the Biden-Harris administration have made us part of this. They have made us fight this economic war, this proxy war, but it's not our war. We have nothing to gain from this. We don't win anything if the Ukraine wins. Why would we send our sons and daughters to fight that war? Therefore, why would we blow up Nord Stream, which is helping to create the environment that says we need to put soldiers into international soldiers in the Ukraine to fight Russia? Why do we want to do this? It doesn't make sense. But it does make sense for Iran. First of all, Iran wants all of us dead. Iran wants America dead. Iran wants Russia dead. Iran wants Europe dead. They want anyone who does not believe what the Iranian religion is, their view of Islam. Anyone who doesn't believe in their specific view of Islam, they want them dead. So a war between the United States, Russia, and Europe, that's good for the Iranians. They want that. On top of that, Iran, their major export is oil and gas. The more there is a war, the higher those prices will go, the more money Iran will make. It's good for their nation so that they can use that extra money to create global terror around the world, again, destroying the countries they don't like. So a war is good for them. It means more money, and it means their enemies are weaker. Iran wins, and Iran is allied with Russia. Mind you, it's a loose ally. They don't have the same political beliefs. It's not like World War II, where they were an axis like the Germans and Italians and Japanese were. No. But they have the same enemy, and that enemy is the United States. So they're more than happy to help Russia by blaming America, by blowing up the Nord Stream pipeline and making it look like the Americans did it. And many, many nations are blaming America for this because everyone thinks, well, Biden is an idiot and this is a stupid idea, so Biden would do it. And I can't really argue that logic because that's what it sounds like. Now, I know I'm going on, and I'm going to go to the comments in just a second. But I want to also highlight this point because we had another poll, and I want to show you that. The Ukraine wants to join NATO. If accepted, the U.S. will be at war with Russia instantly. How do you feel about this? Out of the poll so far, and there haven't been a lot of responses, I admit, 90% of the people who have taken this poll say, why are we even involved in this? Only 10% believe that we should go to war. I think that's important. Even as we're talking about Nord Stream, this is directly related to Ukraine now trying to join NATO and World War III, which I think is also incorrect because it's not World War III. It's only one regional war, and I think there will be 3 of them. We've said that on this program before. But let me go back to some of the comments here to hear what everyone else has to say. Now, Agent Black is bringing up that Macron, the president of France, is trying to form a new European political zone. Could that be because Sweden and Italy are going to the right and Macron is basically to the left because Europe is to the left, that they are progressive? Is it because we're seeing more and more nations looking at the progressive ideology, looking at where progressives are driving us and saying, we don't want to do that. We don't want open borders. It's not good. It means more crime in every country that has done it. It means more resources, more spending that no country can afford. That it is a security threat to every single nation. Maybe because Macron is doing that because he is seeing that the rest of the world in Chile, they rejected the most progressive constitution that has ever been written in the history of mankind. And the people overwhelmingly, I believe it was 68%, said, no, hell no, don't do that to us. The people of Chile literally said they would rather have a dictatorship then become progressive. That's how much of a rejection we are seeing around the world. People in Chile would rather be ruled by a dictator than become progressive. In Italy, people are saying they want to be right-leaning. And they're, even as they are being demonized, kind of like here in the United States, they're being demonized for being right-leaning. And in Europe, if you're right-leaning, well, that means Mussolini. Even though that's not what they're saying. That's not what they're doing. They believe in family. They believe in their nation. They believe in protecting people. But no. You don't want to have open borders. So you are evil, and therefore you must be Mussolini. That's what they've told to Italy. Are you kidding me? They said the same things about Sweden when they decided that they wanted to have a right-leaning government. Because any objection to being progressive is considered demonic. You are a bad guy. You're a threat. Didn't we hear that? Joe Biden said that during his Reichstag speech in Philadelphia. If you don't obey, you are the problem. If you don't obey, you're an extremist. You're a threat because you must obey the progressive ideology, even as it is destroying the world. And more and more of the world is saying, hell no. So I'm not surprised that Macron is trying to form a new European political zone. Users Band mentions that no one has asked the real question that all the methane leaking into the atmosphere isn't an issue. Why has no one shot a flare at the gas bubble? Well, we are, to be correct, user has been banned. There are people who are starting to say that the methane being released is going to be a greenhouse gas problem, climate change. The problem is they can't figure out how to fix it. If they fire a flare, like you said, at the gas bubble, we're going to have an explosion. And that's going to affect the entire pipeline, destroying the pipeline, which means Germany, Europe, Italy, they freeze. So they can't just set off the gas bubble because it's going to be an explosion and people will die this winter because of cold. But they are saying, oh, well, this is going to be greenhouse gas. And they're saying, well, that's the reason why we need more solar and wind, which doesn't work. Because they already had solar and wind in France, in Germany, in Italy, in the United Kingdom, and it doesn't work. If it did work, no one would care about whether or not Russia's able to sell their gas. It doesn't work. It's as simple as that, folks. It's just that simple. But let's go on. So that's why I believe that they are talking about it, but no one really wants to talk about it because the answer is they don't have an easy solution because it doesn't match up with their political ideology. Asian Black mentions that evidence points to national and U.S. That there was an exercise a few months ago. Yes, I know there are many people who are saying the United States, we had a naval exercise in that region, which we were doing because of the war going on with Ukraine and Russia. We've been doing that for a long time. Yes, there were statements by Joe Biden that were ambiguous that could be perceived as saying that the United States would want to do this. But I would say, Agent Black, again, what is the advantage to the United States? What's our benefit? There isn't one. We don't gain anything unless the goal is to go to war with actual American troops sitting and fighting on Ukrainian soil, which the American people do not want, overwhelmingly do not want. So I don't think that's, America didn't do it. I just don't see a reason for it. I could be wrong. And that's why we have this conversation. England, many people in England think the U.S. did it. Many people around the world. Tell me your thoughts why. I don't think so. Users Men says Iran should go back to fire worship. I won't speak to the Iranian religious ideology. They're just very dangerous. And we cannot forget that they have the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, the IRGC, and their job is global terror. And they are very, very good at that. And they have been doing that a long time. And they are funded. They still have money from 2016 when the Obama administration funded global terror, according to John Kerry, the then Secretary of the United States. We funded global terror to the tune of billions of dollars, and they're still using that money to conduct global terror against the United States and Europe. So I think that's, we really should be looking at them, even if I'm wrong, even if Iran didn't do it. Iran always deserves extra scrutiny because they want to destroy Europe, America, and of course, let's not forget Israel, our only ally in the Middle East. Asian Black reminds us that Joe Biden said that, well, he didn't say that he would do it, but in February of 2022, Joe Biden did say that this was unacceptable, that he was against it. It's not the same thing. But again, what's the advantage for America? I'm not saying you're wrong, Agent Black. I'm not. I'm trying to understand, and it doesn't make sense to me. I don't see where the benefit, short term or long term, is. It doesn't help Joe Biden or Democrats get votes. It doesn't help calm down the situation with Russia or Ukraine. It only makes things worse. I don't see where the benefit is. And it only costs more for the American people. I don't see the benefit. Donna Beach mentions, why doesn't anyone question the Biden-Harris administration, the closer of our own energy supply instead of using our reserves and or buying elsewhere? Why isn't anyone asking the Biden? Donna Beach is saying, why aren't we insisting that the Biden-Harris administration focus on American energy rather than using our reserves and or buying it elsewhere? Remember, our reserves are up for sale. They aren't even using our reserves for America. They're selling them to China. It's been documented. That was a month ago that we found out that the Biden administration is selling our oil, our reserve oil, to China. Why in the hell are we doing that? How is that supposed to be a benefit to the American people? It didn't lower gas prices for Americans. It didn't make available more oil and gas for American citizens. That's what we're doing with our energy supply. That's what we're doing with our emergency reserves. These aren't just extra. These are emergency reserves that we are wiping out because the Biden-Harris administration don't have a plan. And they are helping our enemies because China is working with Russia. Specifically, China is working with Russia about getting oil and gas from Russia, and we're selling oil and gas to China to help them even more. Does that make any sense? The reason why no one's questioning it, Donna, is because the answer is it doesn't make sense. Because the answer is we should be increasing the number of oil and gas leases. We should be allowing more permits to allow us to build roads to those oil and gas permits so that we can become energy independent like we were under the Trump administration in 2019, so that, and even in 2020, so that we can be energy independent, so that we don't have to worry about selling our oil and gas to China, nor do we have to worry about buying oil and gas from OPEC, who are about to increase the price. That's why they don't want to talk about it, because it doesn't make sense. User has been banned says, it could be Poland. Yes, Poland could have destroyed the Nord Stream, and that would be an attempt to get America and Europe to actively fight against Russia, which Poland has obviously serious concerns about and are terrified that Russia is going to try and take over Poland, if not Lithuania, Latvia, Estonia. And so, yes, you have a good point. User has been banned. It could be Poland. But I don't think Poland would do it. I don't think they have enough of a reason to do it. And if they got caught, the backlash would be way worse for them. But it is a good argument, and it's worth discussing. I thank you for that. User has been banned. Now, Asian has been black says he thinks I'm wrong. It's not just the US, it's the UK and the West too. They want to destroy Russia, not the people, the elites, the Russian government, that they want to destroy that and its ideology, and they want to get that off the map. And I think you're right, Agent Black. I do agree that the US overall, the governments of the world, the Western world, do not trust, nor do they want a powerful Russia, nor do they want a powerful China. I think you're right. But I don't think they have the intestinal fortitude, the backbone to actually go to war. So I don't see, and attacking Nord Stream is an act of war. That can be seen as an act of war. That can bring in actual troops into fighting. So I understand your reasoning, but I don't see the long-term logic to it. And I know it's tricky because I'm assuming that the Biden-Harris administration have any long-term thinking whatsoever, because there's no evidence of that in any of their policies. But I understand it. And again, I respect people who say I'm wrong. Let me catch up to some of the comments here. User has been banned asks, what is Canada doing with their oil sands anyway? Justin Trudeau use it all? Well, the actual answer uses banned, and thank you for asking about this. In 2021, in January 21st of 2021, the Biden-Harris administration, Joe Biden, through executive order, shut down the XL pipeline, the Keystone pipeline. That pipeline was from Canada to the United States to give us oil sands. It was part of our energy independence. Canada, our closest ally, was trading their oil sand with America to help our energy. When Joe Biden shut that down, he didn't just fire 11,000 people that second. When he signed that executive order, 11,000 people instantly lost their job. And even more people lost their jobs as a result of those 11,000 losing their jobs. So he didn't just screw over the American economy. He didn't just increase unemployment. He didn't just hurt America's energy independence. That oil sand that Canada was trying to sell to America got sold to China. All the oil sands went to China instead. They had it. They were selling it. They wanted to sell it to America, our friends, our allies. And when they couldn't sell it to us, they decided to sell it to China. So the Biden-Harris administration didn't just hurt America's energy. It didn't just hurt our economy. We also helped China. That's why no one talks about the XL pipeline anymore. That's why no one talks about the oil sands that came from Canada and that relation. That story died in the major news media because we helped China. It was Joe Biden helping China. Whether or not that's because he was going to get a kickback of 10% being the big guy, I don't know. And if we ever have an investigation on that, we might find out. Yes, Canada has been selling steel to China as well because the United States, just under the Biden-Harris administration, we have bad deals. That's true. Now, I think this is important, folks, because we're having a very interesting conversation. And again, you can always call into 607-242-1582. I don't think anyone in the news media has given you an actual discussion and said, could it be Poland? Could it be Iran? Does it make sense? We're pretty sure it wasn't a natural disaster. Somebody did it. who has the most to gain for getting it done. And I believe it's Occam's razor. And I think it's Occam's razor because the person who benefits the most is the person who would be the least involved in an actual war. Because if it's Russia doing it or America doing it, we get into a war. And that's going to bring us to talking about Ukraine and NATO. Okay? Asian Black mentions that, well, this is all about the swamp and corruption in government. And that they know that they're finished, as we are seeing in Chile, in Italy, in Sweden, even here in the United States with the 2022 midterm elections swinging to a red wave and Congress becoming held by Republicans, that they know they're finished. And Agent Black says that's why they would start a war. If you get to the midterm elections, they're finished. So he thinks that by starting a war, no one would, and this is true, whenever you have a war, whoever's in charge in the United States, leadership in America tends to be reelected. We don't switch leaders very often in the middle of a war. So could that be a reason why they would do that? They could. I think it's counterproductive because I don't think Americans don't want to be in a war on the soil of the Ukraine. Sure, Twitter, all the Twitter people, they want to have their little flags and say, we support the latest thing. And they'll say, hey, yeah. But no, they don't want to send their kids and they don't want to send themselves to actually go and fight. They don't. So I think it would be counterproductive for Democrats that, yes, it might keep them in power, but everyone would be pissed off. In fact, in this environment, I think they would lose even more because no one actually wants to be physically in a war with Russia. And that kind of brings us to talking about the Ukraine. Let's talk about what's going on in the Ukraine. I'll talk about Kamala Harris after that. But right now, we know, as of yesterday, October 1st, the Ukraine has applied to join NATO immediately, and the Biden administration, they have no idea what's going on. They didn't know this was going to happen. How could you not expect that the Ukraine, fighting Russia and losing, isn't going to say, let's join NATO so NATO can come and fight for us? How could you not have considered that? How is that something that the intelligence agencies and the White House would not consider at some point? Did you always think that the Ukraine was just going to be satisfied with just taking the money and some weapons as they fight Russia, which is bigger with far more resources at their immediate touch? Are you kidding me? Russia could throw 1 million soldiers plus tanks, plus rockets, plus bombs, plus planes, instantly, tomorrow, they could throw all that against the Ukraine. You mean to tell me the Ukraine thought that they were going to fight that off by themselves? Of course not. And yes, it is an expedited, and this is important, expedited. They want expedited treatment like Sweden, like Switzerland. They want to be in NATO tomorrow. The big thing that's not being said every time we see this, Ukraine's application to join NATO. Why is that such a big deal? Why should Americans care about that? Because it means America will be at war. Not World War III. It means America is going to be at war. Because if the Ukraine is in NATO and NATO is fighting against Russia, everyone in NATO must then fight Russia. That is the terms of NATO. It's not an option. It's not a question. It's not a guess. It is an absolute fact. If you are in a war with any member of NATO, NATO must fight to protect those NATO countries. Period. This instantly expands the war and gives Ukraine money, weapons, and troops. Something they desperately need. Trained troops. It gives them the firepower and the military of the United States. Again, 80% of all the troops that would be sent to the Ukraine will be Americans. 80% of the weapons, the tanks, the rockets, every of the guns and the bullets are coming from America. So this is America fighting Russia, which is why Russia is saying if this escalates, they will use nukes. Because if the United States gets into this fight, you're at the next level. You now have superpower versus superpower. Which is why the United States should have an answer. The United States should not be shocked by this. But according to Jake Sullivan, the U.S. National Security Advisor, said that this isn't the right time for the Ukraine's admission. But we want to help them on the ground, whatever that's supposed to mean. Nancy Pelosi said that, well, we are deeply committed to promoting democracy in the Ukraine. Let's win this battle. However, I would prefer that they have security guarantees. So she's willing to give the Ukraine your money. We've already given them $60 billion. Say it again. We've already given the Ukraine $60 billion. And we've given them weapons, we've given them rockets, we've given them M16s, because the people need M16s to protect themselves. The Second Amendment. Something that the White House can't seem to fathom, that people are using M16s for the Second Amendment to defend themselves. And it's true for people in Ukraine. It's true for the people in the United States. But we're giving them all that. But they aren't willing to put U.S. troops there. And that tells you something. And again, that goes back to the argument, would we destroy Nord Stream? No. Because we're not willing to put troops in there. And I absolutely will tell you, I do not want to see the Ukraine in NATO. It's not just because of this war. Because this is not the first time that the Ukraine has asked to be part of NATO. Matter of fact, Soviet Georgia, Georgia, they asked to be part of NATO too. We didn't let either of them in. Under the Obama administration in 2008, they were asking to be part of NATO. And under the Obama administration, the United States said, nope, we don't want you. Because they were afraid of Russia. If the Obama administration, along with Joe Biden and his international prowess, said no to the Ukraine in 2008 and to Soviet Georgia in 2008, and we didn't help Soviet Georgia in 2014, and we didn't help the Crimea in 2012, why are we doing it now? The opinion of the American people hasn't changed. By the way, the Ukraine is corrupt. The government of the Ukraine is corrupt. We all know that. It's an absolute known fact. Not just because they employed Hunter Biden, but because of everything else. We've seen that. We saw how Joe Biden himself bragged about bribing the Ukrainian government to fire a guy because he didn't like what he was going to do to investigate his own son. That's a corrupt government. So we shouldn't have them in NATO because, one, they're corrupt. Not to say that the other nations in NATO are necessarily not corrupt. They're just not as obviously and as deeply corrupt as the Ukraine is. And they're in an active war that we don't want to be part of. The American people don't want a piece of that. We cannot let them join NATO. The problem about that is, as of this second, 9 members of NATO are saying they want the Ukraine to join in. As of today, October 2nd, this morning, we saw that the Chechnya, Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, North Macedonia, Montenegro, Poland, Romania, Slovakia have all said that they want the Ukraine as part of NATO right now, even though it means a war. And why would those 9 countries say they want an active war? Now, most people don't know the geographics there. They don't know the politics there. I do. I've lived there. I know the map. Because Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, all are expected to be the next target of Russia. If Russia is able to keep the land that they have in the Ukraine, which gives Russia a southern sea, access to the sea, the Black Sea, and the Mediterranean, the next thing that Russia goes for is access to the North Sea, the Baltic Sea, through Latvia, Lithuania, and Estonia. That's why they took them in the first place under the Soviet Union. That's why they would do it now. And those countries can't fight. They can't even put up with as much of a fight as the Ukraine is putting up. And they know it. Poland is saying this because Poland, just like Romania, used to be part of the Soviet Union. They know that Russia wants to take their assets too. So I can show you that, well, actually, Chechnya is in the same position. All of these countries used to be part of the Soviet Union. They know that Russia wants their territory again, and they are on the chopping block. They're going to be next. They know that. So that's why these 9 countries are saying, you have to help Georgia, Ukraine. And they're saying, well, you should have done it in 2008, but do it now. And the answer is no. We need to be strong enough to say no. But what happens if we do say no? What's the next thing that happens? Let me go to the comments before I even go there. So I want to catch up to some of the comments. I know people have been talking. Jan says, the stopgap was just passed and signed in Friday, allotted. We've given another $12 billion to the Ukraine just on Friday, which is why we're at $60 billion that we have provided to them. It's crazy. User has been banned, says Russia moves a bunch of nuclear-capable bombers close. They're moving bombers, nuclear bombers, over close to the Ukraine to make an impact, to warn everyone that nuclear weapons could be used. I don't think Russia would do that. I don't think they are that crazy. I don't think that the Ukraine is worth nuclear war to Russia. Conventional war, absolutely. Nuclear war, I don't think so. Because if Russia is using nuclear weapons against America, and therefore America is using it against them, China jumps in, it gets bad for everyone really fast. The escalation will be crazy. This isn't like Anchorman, where we suddenly are like, oh, that escalated quickly. It would be insane. The death toll will be in the tens of millions overnight. It's horrible. Agent Black says, fentanyl kills more people and less money being spent on it. Does the American leadership care about Americans? Well, sometimes. And I've talked about fentanyl and the overdoses. And again, that goes back to our southern border. Shutting down our southern border, shutting down the imports of fentanyl from China. And they're kind of concerned about that if they can get the votes. You know, they're kind of in that mood. They're kind of willing to work on that. But again, it's all down to the votes. Do they get votes for it? China, they're not going to shut down fentanyl at the southern border by shutting down the southern border, because they get more progressive votes by having an open border. So literally, the Biden administration is more concerned about getting votes for helping people to live with overdoses and addiction, and to have illegal aliens in America, they're more concerned about that than the number of people who are dying. That's just the reality. And if you think I'm wrong, tell me why. Jen says they are corrupt. A user has been banned, mentions that he's been saying that fentanyl should be classified as a chemical weapon based on its use in Moscow theater attack. It's not a chemical weapon. It is a drug. And it has medical uses, but it is a drug. It is being used illegally. And we don't need more than just the fact that it is an illegal drug, illegally being brought into the United States through illegal aliens, through drug gangs, through our southern border. We don't need more of a reason to shut that down. We just need an administration with some balls. Jan says, why doesn't anyone talk about the pharmaceuticals that come out of Kiev? Is that a reason we keep sending money to them and weapons? Well, Jan is referring to the biological and chemical weapons research facilities that we have that we're told are grade 2, that they don't look at illegal chemical weapons, that they only deal with modern diseases. But if that was the case, then if they were just class 2 facilities, why wouldn't they be in the United States? They're in the Ukraine specifically so that no one can look at them and see what they're doing. I think they are absolutely chemical weapons factories. And yes, that would be a reason, part of the reason why America would help support that. But it would be easier for America, the CIA, to go in, grab all the important materials from there and blow the place up. That would be cheaper and faster. So I think there's other reasons, but I could be wrong. User has been banned, mentions that Poland always gets invaded. So that's one of the reasons why they want to get into this war, to get America fighting. And yes, I absolutely believe Poland will join in that fight to protect themselves and their future. By protecting the Ukraine, they're protecting themselves, and they need troops from America because the Polish troops are not enough. And so I do believe that Poland is looking at this as self-preservation, but I think they're willing to fight. I don't want people to think, I think Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, I think they would fight. I just don't think they have the resources to win. So they need America in there. So that's why they're trying to pressure America to do that. And we got to understand, if we say no, the international relations with Poland, Lithuania, Estonia, Latvia, Macedonia, Chechnya, Romania, Slovakia, we're going to have bad relations with Central Europe. Central and Eastern Europe is going to suddenly be very angry with the EU and the United States and NATO, which means we're going to have trade imbalances. This is going to be a problem that can last decades because they are going to remember this. And especially if we do not help the Ukraine falls to Russia, which is inevitable at this point. They fall, and if Russia then turns around and attacks any of these nations, if they attack, they wouldn't attack Poland first. They would attack Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania. They would attack them first. Get the sea route. And they would surround Poland, and then they would attack Poland. And if that happens, those nations will hate us for decades to go forward. There is a lot of very important conversation, political diplomacy that needs to take place here. And we have people like Joe Biden, who's looking for dead politicians, and Kamala Harris, who pisses off every single nation she goes to have a conversation with. This is our leaders in diplomacy. It is terrifying that that's who we have speaking for America at this time. Our user has been banned, says we should give them the French. That'll hold up. They'll hold up a surrender flag faster than they can drop the rifles. Yeah, it's terrifying. You know what? It's just a fact. No one in NATO is relying on the French to come to save them. Hey, the French are here. The French fold faster than anyone. The French haven't won anything against anyone anywhere in the world since Napoleon. So if you think that, France, when I say America is going to be 80% of the troops, France hasn't won a war ever in literally since Napoleon. The United Kingdom doesn't want to send most of the troops, and they have less troops and less capabilities than the United States. Nobody wants Germany building up an army, period. Nobody wants to see Germany put together an army to fight. So that means the Americans. Let me continue. Agent Black says, and again, Agent Black is from the UK, so he has a different point of view than many of us. I think that the difference is the Ukraine regions requested Russia's help. They consider themselves Russian. The other countries do not. And using nukes is like a suicide bomber. Two different things there. The eastern portion of the Ukraine is heavily pro-Russia. Southern Ukraine is heavily pro-Russia, which is why they took the Crimea. It's why Russia has won. Their entire goal has always been to take over the eastern portion and to take the southern, to have access to the Black Sea that gives them access to the Mediterranean. It also gives them wheat fields, fertilizer, and uranium. They've already gotten that. Everything else after that is just bonus for Russia. They've already got everything that they started this war to get. So, and we know that this war is not going to end anytime soon. Because even if, for some reason, if America tries to jump in and help the Ukraine, the eastern portion of the Ukraine is going to fight against us. It is terrifying. But yes, and I agree, using nuclear weapons is a suicide attack. It sets everything off. It is horrendous. User has been banned, says Antarctica is sounding better and better. If you don't mind, minus 15 degrees Fahrenheit on the summer days, sure. Let me see, I'm trying to catch up. Jan mentioned, isn't Poland one of the countries they have been building up with the U.S. military? Yes. It is a staging area. Back in April, Joe Biden sent in troops to the Polish border to help support that. So yeah, Poland is a very strong ally of the United States most of the time. And they are very much against the Soviet Union, Russia, that kind of occupation. So we do have a lot of troops there. We do have many agreements with them. And it's kind of scary that they want to go to war. But again, they aren't going to. I do not see the Polish people standing back. In World War II, they volunteered to fight. In conflicts since then, they have been active. They are fighters. I do not see them sitting back. They will join in. They just don't have the resources. Kind of scary. And the question of whether or not an accident will happen on the border of Poland that will cause this conflict to grow is increasing. But I think it's important to understand this is no longer just a conversation about, well, America and Ukraine. This is Europe. This is Central Europe. There are multiple nations and a growing number of nations that are saying we need to go to war. And I have to ask you, if my poll is correct, if polls that I've seen are correct, the overwhelming majority of Americans do not think this is our problem. We don't need to be in this war. Then why are we even entertaining this? The terrifying thought. And it's only going to get worse. I mean, again, I want you to think, because we're going to see Kamala Harris in charge of the thing. Imagine Kamala Harris being in charge of the White House while we are fighting off Russia. And God help me, don't let them start this before. Don't let Joe Biden be in charge. We already know what the U.S. military looks like under Joe Biden. The U.S. military is shrinking. Recruitment is shrinking. Okay, we know that for a fact. The Coast Guard, the Army, the Navy, Air Force, Coast Guard, and the Army are looking to miss their targets for recruitment. We have less and less people who are willing to be part of the military because they've been trained to believe that America's evil, because that's what progressives say, and the military has turned into a warm, fuzzy gathering of me and my two moms, me and my two dads, let's all have cocoa and be a chef. That's not what the military is about. So our military is weakening. And that's under the Biden administration. And we have already seen that administration has run away more than anything else. The biggest failure of the United States government since Saigon is Joe Biden in Afghanistan. There are Americans abandoned to this day, more than a year. Thousands of Americans in Afghanistan right now. Not one Democrat will talk about it. Not one Democrat will say anything about it, about getting those Americans home, even though it has been proven that they have lied to the American people for months, over and over again, saying, there's only a handful of Americans that are over there. There's only one or two, maybe 100. And we have seen hundreds that have been found and are able to make it back home without the United States government's help, and thousands more remain. And this is the guy that you want to put in charge, Joe Biden? I mean, yet another reason why the United States can't do this. Joe Biden and General Milley, Mark Milley, who is giving away, Mark Milley, a traitor. We believe he was a traitor, that he gave away vital national security information to China. And he was the one who was leading the charge to run away from the Taliban, ISIS, and Al-Qaeda in Afghanistan, and ran so fast that we armed an entire army. The first terrorist army in the world was created by the Biden administration with the help of Mark Milley. And this is the person we want to be in charge of trying to fight Russia? They couldn't fight ISIS. They couldn't fight Al-Qaeda. And we want them to fight Russia? The people who are suggesting that we should get into this war really need to consider the American leadership as it exists right now. And you want to put Kamala Harris in place instead? Remember, Kamala Harris pissed off our allies. Here it is. Kamala Harris visits the DMZ a day after North Korea fires the 31st missile. 31. The most ever in the history of the world. The most that we have ever seen under any president. The 31st missile was fired when she showed up. And she's talking about how North Korea is our ally and our friend and our buddy, and that we should have more conversations with them. And they have never had a conversation with the Biden-Harris administration because they don't respect them. They don't care about them. They think they are weak and useless. That's why we're not seeing any kind of positive action. And you want to have Kamala Harris in charge during a war with Russia? Are you kidding me? That is insane. How badly do you want our troops to be reacting? And Kamala Harris, by the way, and I've got to talk about this. Let's talk about this for a second. Hang on a second. All right. So I just put a comment out to the community, again, on the chat stream that is being blocked on my end. I don't know why. But you can see it there. Now, we just said that Kamala Harris hates white people, especially victims of Hurricane Ian. I want to be very clear. That's exactly what I mean. Kamala Harris, this is the person in 2023 that will be in charge of the White House. No one respects her around the world. No one has had positive diplomatic conversations with her. Her international policy is in the toilet, and it's been stopped up for a while. She is absolutely crap. Even Democrats did not like her in 2019. They rejected her wholesale. Why? Because as Americans in Florida, in South Carolina, they are dealing with the Hurricane Ian that has destroyed homes. Over 67 Americans have died. It is easily in the tens of millions of dollars of damage. And she wants to give help, relief to people based on the color of their skin. I want to be clear about that. She wants it based on the color of your skin. According to Kamala Harris, you being helped in a natural disaster should be dependent about how much of a suntan that you have. If you are a minority, you get to have help before anyone else. The more check boxes you have as a minority or one of those protected groups by socialists, by the progressives, you get help first because it's about equity. And equity does not mean equality. In fact, you can't be equal if the system is equitable. You can't have them at the same time. She wants you. Hey, Agent Black, I'm always happy to have you here with us. But I think this is important as well because this affects international policy. I'm going to explain. But let me prove what I am saying. It has been reported. Kamala Harris said, quote, "We have to address this in a way," talking about Hurricane Ian and the relief. "We have to address this in a way that is about giving resources based on equity, understanding that we fight for equality." You can't do that, by the way. She goes on to say, "But we also need to fight for equity." No, we don't. She goes on to say, "If we want people to be in an equal place, sometimes we need to take into account those disparities and do that work." She is saying that in the name of diversity, in the name of equity, that people need to be helped based on the color of their skin. That is not only racist, not only sexist, it is illogical, it is anti-American, and it is point blank evil. You cannot have equity and equality. Let me make this clear. When I say that, if you have equality, you have equal. If you have equity, someone has been placed above other people based on a political priority. Period. Equity is a political priority and ranking, and it can never be equal because it's not about merit, it's not about need, it's about political priority. Kamala Harris believes in political priority. She believes in equity. She believes in the BLM. This is why she bailed them out after they burned down cities and took American citizens hostages in autonomous zones. She believes in Antifa. She believes in this progressive ideology, intersectionality, critical race theory. She believes this. And she's telling you this because she believes hurricane relief should be equitable, not fair, not equal, not helping those in need, helping equity. That is evil. That is evil. And I have no doubt that is evil. It is absolutely evil. Please tell me if you disagree, if you think Kamala Harris giving out Hurricane Ian relief based on equity is a positive. 607-242-1582. Anyone can call in, but I am asking anyone, any progressive out there that thinks that is a positive, that is good, that it is anything but evil, please give me a call. Tell me why. I will not beat up on you. I will not insult you. I will respect you to hear what you have to say. As always on this program, we are always fair to anyone who calls in, whether they agree or disagree with anything that we have to say, because we want to hear your voice. Give us your reason. Don't tell me I'm ugly. Don't tell me I'm old. Don't tell me I'm some kind of racist. I don't care. That's your opinion. It means nothing to me. Tell me, what is the factual reasoning that says that prioritizing some Americans over other Americans based on their color of skin versus their actual need, tell me how that is not evil. I really don't understand it. And this should be denounced by everyone in the world. Everyone should denounce this. Progressives, socialists, communists, I don't care what you are, everyone should denounce Kamala Harris and this idea that hurricane relief, natural disaster relief, is equitable. Because it's never equitable. It has nothing to do with equity. If people are in a flood, if there's a forest fire, if there's an earthquake, if there's a hurricane, if there's a tsunami, they need help because they're human beings. And we should help them because they are human beings. Period. Doesn't need more than that. There's not a whole lot of reasons that we need to go in and help people other than they need help. And America is the most generous, the most giving nation in the world. That is a fact. No other nation voluntarily gives more than the American people. We donate more individually, not as a government. As American citizens, we donate more food and money and supplies than any nation. Hell, most nations put together can't match what the American people will do independently. And yet Kamala Harris is saying that's not good enough. In fact, that's wrong. She has said that you have to understand that some people have darker skins than other people, and so the people with darker skins need help first and need more help than someone else. Let's understand this idea that Kamala Harris is putting forth, that she is suggesting for America to do. She is saying that if you had your house burned down and your neighbor, your next door neighbor, had their house burned down, I don't care why the house fire started, I don't care who's at fault. 2 houses burned down, and you have 2 people in front of you. One is white and one is black or Hispanic or whatever, but they're not white. That those 2 people with the same number of kids, the same kind of job, the same kind of income, they live right next door to each other. These 2 people are going to be treated differently. They're going to help the black person in that family first, the white family second. Why? That's evil. We have the resources to help both of them at the same time. She is saying that in Hurricane Ian, if your house and your neighbor's house got destroyed, if your job and your neighbor's job got destroyed by Hurricane Ian, she is going to let white people live on the streets and suffer because she wants to give everything to black people first and then circle back. Yeah, like Jen Psaki, and circle back and deal with the white people afterward. Why should anyone be left to suffer? There used to be a pretty simple way to figure out a rule, a mannerism, to be able to determine if something is racist or not. And the real simple way is just replace the color of skin of anybody in that example, of that idea, and change the color of skins. And if it is exactly the same, if there's no difference, then it's fine. But if it changes because of the color of skin of any one person in there or whatever religion, then it's racist and sexist. It's evil. So think about this. If Kamala Harris had said that based on white privilege, whites have to be taken care of first because of the damage of Hurricane Ian, everyone would lose their minds. People would say that is evil and that is wrong. To say that black people or people of color should be treated first instead of white people is just as evil. It is that simple. And she should be called out for that, and she should be denounced. And hell, this absolutely should invalidate her ability to be president or in charge of the White House ever. And this is the person they want, progressives want, to be in charge of fighting Russia with and being an ally to the Ukraine. Can you imagine that? And I don't think there's anyone in the news media who's going to say it to you as honestly. I don't think there's very few people on social media that are going to be as honest as I'm trying to be with you right now. Because they're afraid of saying, well, Kamala Harris, well, she's black and a woman, or she's at least a person of color and a woman, I think, not a biologist. And so I can't say anything because it's racist if I say something bad about her. Screw that. She is being racist and sexist and evil. Point blank. I cannot think of any group of people who would agree that you should pick and choose who to help during a natural disaster based on the color of their skin. That is evil. Hang on a second. My blood is boiling right now. Does anyone disagree with me? Does anyone disagree with me? Please, I want someone to call in. Not necessarily because they disagree, but I want to hear what you have to say. There must be someone in the world that wants to comment on whether or not this is an act of pure, unadulterated evil to say that we are going to decide based on equity the people we will help in a natural disaster. Someone, anyone, call on 607-242-1582. Call on in. Tell me whatever you think. Anybody. You know what? User has been banned. You made a good point. If you want to tell me that the equity is to help children before we helped adults, you've got an argument. There's the one example I will give. That's the one situation that I will say, okay, I can kind of get that. That could work. Yes, let's help the children first. I have no problem. And again, I don't care what color of skin they are. I don't care what their gender is. I don't care what their gender fluidity is. I don't care what their religion is. You want to help children first? Absolutely. Run in there, save the children. Absolutely. And then help all the adults. I have no problem with that. If that's a priority if there must be a priority then absolutely let's put the priority on the children first. Absolutely. Take care of them. They are helpless and they cannot help themselves. Let's help the children first and then get to the adults. But the second that you put in a priority, a ranking, a checkbox system that says, oh, they have more of a suntan than those guys have, the second you say that, well, this person's political belief, their sexuality, their sexual identity is more important than that person in the same situation, now you're talking about evil. And progressives that believe that are evil. If you think that equity is important in helping people through a natural disaster, you are espousing evil. That is an evil statement, and you need to reevaluate your life. Stop quoting the parrots at CNN. Stop pushing the political mantra. Stop and think for a second what you are saying. You are saying you will allow innocent human beings to die for your political ideology. Is that anything but evil? How is that not what we heard in Germany in 1939? How is it not the most despicable thing that we have ever heard? And this is a woman they want to put in the White House in January of 2023. User said, Jan says, no disagreement. User has been banned, says, I think everyone feels that way. But here's the thing. I think that no one disagrees with me. No rational human being anywhere in the world would disagree with this. Except most people won't say it. Kamala Harris has a large number of people who are defending her, saying, no, you just don't understand. We have BLM, Antifa, Citizen Action, Progressive Leaders of Tomorrow, the Democratic Socialists of America, especially the Ithaca chapter that believes in violence. We have these groups across America that are saying, no, equity is more important than saving lives. Diversity is more important than saving lives. They are trying to teach our children and to teach us that diversity and equity is more important than a human life. And that is important because if Kamala Harris, who believes that equity, her political prioritization is more important than human lives, and she's the one who's going to be taking over for Joe Biden, and she's the one in charge of the White House in 2023, trying to deal with Ukraine and China, North Korea, and Iran. Do you really want that woman in charge? Do you want her and her prioritization to be what leads America? This isn't about the color of her skin. This isn't about her being a woman. This is about her policies and her ideology and how it will destroy global stability. She will destroy America with that kind of mentality. Yes, Users Been Banned says, we're talking about the same woman who kept people in prison longer to fight fires. Yes, we're talking about the same woman who has allowed her priorities, her political ambition to always overrule everything else. I am incensed about this. I am angry about this. And we all should be angry, absolutely furious about this. Because it doesn't make any sense. It means the people in Ukraine, they're screwed. It means people in Poland, in Europe, in the United Kingdom. It means everyone in the world is screwed because she's going to make her political decisions based on where do you fit on the list how many check boxes do you sign off on? And if you don't fit the right number of check boxes, if you aren't on the right list for her, you are screwed. She will let you die. And there is no other way to take her statement. There is no other way to understand what she said, because that is the meaning, the explicit, absolute meaning of what she said. Your life is not important to Kamala Harris unless you have the right check boxes. That should never have been allowed into American politics. That person and anyone with that ideology should not be in any leadership role in America. It is anti-American. It is vehemently insulting to human beings everywhere on the face of the earth. I'm so angry right now. So, Users Been Banned says that Tim Pool, Luke. So, depending, according to the Tim Pool, how do you count people of color? Some people, like the Polish, might be considered non-white. I don't care. Because if you have to categorize people based on the color of skin, I don't care what category, that's evil, that's racism. That has always been racism. And I don't care that they changed the definition of racism. I'm 54. I'm old enough to remember what the original definition is. And yes, Kamala can be racist. I don't care that she's a person of color. She's racist. She's pushing a racist ideology. It is no different than the ideology in 1939 Germany. It is just the same kind of racism. And it's the same kind of evil. And it needs to be denounced. And I'm not afraid of the backlash that I could possibly get from YouTube, Twitter, or any of the bots out there, any of the progressives. They'll say, my feelings are hurt because you said Kamala Harris is evil. You can't say that about women of color. Yes, I can. Especially when I have the proof of their own words. And those words are saying they will let people die for no reason other than the color of their skin. That is, by definition, evil. And that's what America has fought against for decades, if not centuries. Very aggravating to me. And we need to call it out. But we're not seeing that. We're seeing Democrats that are avoiding the conversation altogether. They just pretend it didn't happen. They're ignoring these kind of statements. They're ignoring these policies or the lack thereof. They're ignoring anything that is negative. They're just telling you, well, remember, the economy is great. You just don't know. International policy, it's great. You just don't understand. The proxy war with Russia, it's going fine. You just don't understand. Inflation? Don't worry about that. What are you talking about? A food shortage? Yeah, we know we mentioned it. Don't worry about it. Forget about it. The fact that you have 15, 20, 25% of the shelves in your stores empty? Who cares? That's not important. Oh, you're suffering from a natural disaster that has involved a couple of states? Yeah, don't worry about that. They'll get to you eventually. If you have the right checkbox. Did you vote Democrat? I mean, literally, what's she supposed to say? Oh, by the way, we're going to help you. We're from FEMA. We're here to help you. And let's see, you're white, so that's bad. Let me see. Did you vote Democrat, though? Are you a progressive? I know you're white, but do you apologize for being white? No? Oh, okay, that's another check. You know what? We'll come back to you. Here's a ticket. We'll come back when that number comes up. Sit next to Beetlejuice for a little while. If people don't know that reference, look at the movie, the end of the movie of Beetlejuice. Look at that. You'll get the reference I'm talking about. Yeah, The Color Swatch by Peter Griffin. I'm trying to make sure that this is as relevant and for younger people who may not be able to, they're hearing this from their teachers. They're hearing this on their movies and the TV shows, and they're all telling you, no, this is the right way. This is the right thing. No, it is evil. Break through the programming, the propaganda, and think about it for yourself. If it helps, if you happen to be a white, liberal, progressive, imagine that you are in Florida right now, and your home is destroyed. You have nothing left. Your family is desperate for food and shelter, and you're being turned away because a black family is going in, even though there's room for you too. There's food enough for you and your family too. The resources are there for you and your family too. And you're turned away because you have the wrong skin color, because you have the wrong political ideology. And then if you complain about that, Joe Biden is going to turn around and say, you're an extremist. You're not obeying. So you're the problem. It's you. You're the problem for saying that equity and diversity in a natural disaster, that's wrong. You're the problem. This is the least American thing I can possibly think of. But it's not the only thing that's going on. Because I want to talk about China. Before I get to China, and we're going to talk about that in 1 second. Yeah. And I just left a comment on the chat stream. But let's talk about China. Before I get to China, I want you to understand the politicians today are so desperate, the Democrats are so desperate to have a win, to make you think that everything's okay, that they are ignoring everything that is going on. Josh Riley, who I know, I have his phone number, I've had beers and meals with him, I've talked to him for years. Josh Riley is running for the New York 19th District as a Democrat. Josh Riley, his claim to fame is to keep saying that abortion is the reason why he should be elected, because he respects women. In fact, he says that his opponent, Mark Marlinauer, whether you like him or not, doesn't matter, wants to allow politicians at the state level to outlaw abortion, even in cases of rape, incest, and the life of the mother, which is overwhelmingly not true. He's wrong for the New York 19th, and we must keep him out of Congress. Now, I want you to think about what Josh Riley, the Democratic candidate, has just said. He's not supporting abortion. He's destroying the 10th Amendment. He said allowing politicians at the state level to outlaw. Because if the state can outlaw any one thing, they can outlaw everything. This is a states' rights issue. And he's saying states don't have the right to make laws that their people want. You know, like in New York State, which is where Josh is running, New York State voted for the politicians, the Democrats, the Democratic leadership in the state of New York said late-term abortion is fine. Abortion up to the moment of birth is legal in New York State. New York, the residents of New York, the constituents, don't agree with that. The politicians made the decision that for New York State, abortion up to the moment of birth is okay. And Josh Riley supports that. But he doesn't want other states to pass any law in their states that he doesn't like. That's called a dictatorship. And as I mentioned to Josh, you are opposing the 10th Amendment. This isn't about abortion. He's saying you can't have the 10th Amendment. He is destroying the amendments of America. Word it as emotional as you like, and using abortion as the excuse is making this emotional. It's the 10th Amendment that he is challenging and saying the states don't have that power. What other amendment are you willing to destroy to back the progressive agenda? The New York 19th and America deserve to know, and you are obligated as a candidate running for an elected office to represent constituents. You have an obligation to tell us what are your intentions. Josh Riley, to this day, has never responded to this or any comment I have asked. Since January of 2022, Josh Riley has stopped speaking to this channel. He has stopped speaking to me personally. He has refused to respond to any request for interview. He has denied and failed to respond to any question we have asked him on any social media format. He will not answer constituents. He will not answer their questions. In the meantime, he's saying he wants to destroy the right of states to make decisions, and he is pushing for authoritarian rule. If Josh Riley, if you disagree, call me. Come onto this program. Call right now. I will put you on live. I will give you as much time as you want to dispute what I have just said. If you want to schedule an interview, which I will publish verbatim, I will give you as much time as you want to discuss this and tell me why I am wrong. I have had that opportunity and I've asked you for that since January. But since January, we have seen his position has become more and more progressive, more and more emotional, and more authoritarian. More of a yes man for his party and destroying the rights and freedoms of individuals and states. Because he's talking about destroying state rights, the 10th Amendment. And he wants to replace it with you must obey, the government's always right, and you have no voice in what happens to you and your government. The government will micromanage your life. Whether or not you agree about abortion, whether or not you want to have late-term abortion up to and including the moment of birth, whether or not you're pro-life or somewhere in between, that's not the issue. He said he wants to get rid of the 10th Amendment. He wants you to have no rights as a state and as an individual. He wants the government to make decisions for you. That's what his party is saying, and that is what he is saying. And that's why they don't want to talk about the economy. They don't want to talk about inflation. They don't want to talk about the food shortage. They don't want to talk about war and how they're getting us closer to war. They're not talking about North Korea and the missile crisis. They're not talking about failed international policy. They're not talking about the increase of OPEC increasing the price of oil and reducing the amount of oil available. It's why they don't want to talk about equity being the way you get hurricane relief. They want to avoid all that. They don't want to tell you the truth of what their consequences are. Let me say it again. If there is any progressive that disagrees with anything we have to say, if anyone, forget it, progressive, if anyone in America or the world wants to disagree with us, The phone number is 607 242 1582. Even though the screen cannot show it right now because the internet overlords are denying us the ability, you have the right. And we ask you, if you disagree, send us either a comment after the live stream or right now on YouTube, Facebook, social media, and tell us why we are wrong. I'm happy to hear that. Josh Riley and any candidate for any elected office, if you think I have misrepresented a single word throughout this entire show, if you think any of the mainstream, major, left-leaning media sources that we have presented are incorrect, call in. We will give you as much time as you want and need to refute anything and everything we have said. Shockingly, just as it has been for 10 months now, the phone lines are empty. They won't call in. Now, let me go back. I want to get to some of the comments here. Now, and I'm going to get to, and user has been banned. This is leading up to China in New York State. But we have to understand, what is the environment? What is the political environment, especially in New York State, California, Illinois, Delaware, in the United States government, that is giving China the opportunity to break the Constitution and to destroy American life? So we have to understand, politicians are actively saying, we're going to destroy the 10th Amendment. We're going to break the Constitution. We've heard this from Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, Ilhan Omar, Rashida Tlaib, Cori Bush, Anna Presley, the squad. We've heard this from many of the Democrats that they want to break the Constitution. They want to get rid of the Second Amendment. They want to put in human rights, not the Constitution. They want to tell you what your rights are, not accept that your rights are already there inherently. So we have to understand this environment to be able to understand that right now in New York, the Chinese government is running a police force. Where did I put that? No, where is it? Sorry, I'm just looking for my notes on this. I want to show it to you. I have so many notes when I go through this show. And I want to show it to you. Where is it? Come on. There it is. So I want to show you this. And as you can see, China has opened police stations in the United States, also in Canada. In fact, in 54 different states. 54 different countries. And so in New York City, in New York State, the Chinese government, the CCP, the Communist government of China, has opened up an active police department, a police station operating under the rules of China, the Communist government, the same government that disappears the Uyghurs, that persecutes people for religious beliefs, the same government that rolled tanks against its own people because those people wanted freedom, the same government that disappeared the entire government of Hong Kong because they wanted a sliver of the freedom of Americans. They opened up a police department for enforcing that communist nation's rules in New York City, in New York State, on the United States soil. That is a fact. It is not a conjecture. It's not a question. It's not a guess. It's not my feeling. It is a fact. It is indisputable. And the United States government knows it. We know that Chinese agents are acting as law enforcement for the Chinese government on U.S. soil, that they are capturing and detaining and punishing Chinese citizens, possibly other people that could be illegal immigrants, that could be American citizens. They are punishing them on U.S. soil against the Constitution, the amendments, and every single law in the United States. This is not, they're not working with Interpol. This is not because of some joint interaction between China and the United States. This is the Chinese government acting on their own. That's it. They decided that they want to have police in America punishing Chinese citizens that dare to use social media to say that the communism is bad. That's what they're doing. And I think this is insane. Now, we have heard from the safeguard defenders who brought out this report that have proven this. These operations, these police law enforcement operations of a foreign government eschew official bilateral police and judicial cooperation. In other words, they violate the ability of the United States law enforcement to act and violate international law and may violate the territorial right in third countries involved in setting up a parallel policing mechanism using illegal methods. They are breaking international law. They are breaking United States law. They are infringing on the rights of human beings. If you're a progressive, you want, I hear this all the time, human rights, human beings. We have to protect human beings. China is violating that right now in New York State, in New York City, as we speak. How can we have a government if another government is working and operating in our country? How can we have laws if we have another country using an entirely different set of laws? And the thing that's unknown, we don't know how long they have been here. We don't know how long they've been here. We don't know how many of them there are. We don't know if they are investigating and when I say investigating, I mean torture. We don't know if they're torturing Chinese citizens, Chinese Americans, illegal immigrants, everyday Americans, black, white, Hispanic, Jewish. We don't know who they're affecting. We don't know what they're doing. They're saying, China is saying, well, these Chinese nationals on U.S. soil are breaking Chinese law by going on social media and saying, well, Xi Jinping is not necessarily a great guy, that the Chinese government is not necessarily a great government. That's legal in the United States. They have that right in the United States. China's saying, well, that's illegal. So we're going to go and find them in America and punish them, which is illegal. On U.S. soil, that's illegal. So they're going to break American law, international American law. And how are they finding these people? How are they investigating? How are they finding out if someone is using a name on Twitter, on Facebook, a false alias? How are they finding out who that person is? How are they tracking them down? They're breaking into our companies. They're doing espionage. Are they finding people that maybe are in groups with them, say on Facebook, and investigating those people, coming to your house, knocking on your door, saying, hey, you had a chat with this person who's a suspected Chinese national. Where are they? You better tell us. We're the Chinese government, and you have to answer us on U.S. soil. Does that sound like that's scary? It should. Is it illegal? Absolutely. Should the government be protected? Should the United States government protect you from that? Absolutely. Is there an answer to this? Is there a way to deal with this? There is. There is indeed. And I'm about to show you. Because I have an answer to that. We can't allow this to happen. And I want you to see. Yesterday, I sent out a letter to Donna Lopardo, Assemblywoman Donna Lopardo, County Executive Jason Garnar, to State Senator Joe Angelino, to Josh Riley, a candidate, as I just showed you, to Mark Molinaro, his opponent, a candidate for New York 19 for Congress. I sent out this letter to the White House, to Chuck Schumer, to Senator Chuck Schumer, to Senator Kirsten Gillibrand, to the Department of Justice, to appointed Governor Kathy Hochul, and New York City Mayor Eric Adams. And I demanded that they do something about this. This is our government, and they must protect us. This is American soil. No government has a right to operate on our land, to break our laws, to threaten our people. And by the mere existence of this police force, they threaten our people, period. That is a fact. That is the truth. We cannot let this happen. And I asked each and every one of these individuals that if they can't answer me, that they must give me an answer as a constituent and as a member of the press, and that if I have to, I will file FOIA reports to each and every one of these individuals and these departments of government to find out what the hell is going on in our country. Because we don't know where this is. This could be all over New York City. It could be all over New York State. We have no idea. And I asked them, how long has this been going on? I asked them, if this is a known action and it was authorized, who in the hell authorized this? Who said to China, to the Chinese government, to Chinese law enforcement, you can come into New York City, into New York State on U.S. soil and operate breaking all of our laws? You can break the laws of the United States in New York. Who said they could do that? Was that Mayor Eric Adams? Was it appointed Governor Kathy Hochul? Was it the senators? Was it members of Congress? Was it the federal government? Who told them they could do this? Who's been letting them do this? I said, if this was authorized, what reason did they give? So not only who said they could do this, what is their justification? Is there a law that doesn't exist, that they thought existed, that says that the Chinese government can come into America and make their own fiefdom? It's the same thing as these autonomous zones that BLM created that broke every law, local, state, and federal. It was literally treasonous. This is violation of the integrity of the United States. I asked them, assuming this was not known to any other law enforcement agency, including the FBI and CIA, you mean to tell me our FBI, our CIA, our intelligence agencies had no idea that the Chinese government was opening up a police station in New York? If they don't know that's happening, what the hell are they useful for? Why do we have them? What is being done to make the Chinese Communist government stop, cease, and desist? What are we doing to stop them? 4, what actions, if any, are being taken to prevent the Chinese Communist government or any foreign entity? Because if China's doing this, why the hell, I guarantee you that North Korea, Iran, Venezuela, all countries around the world are thinking, well, hey, if China can do it, why can't we? If we will let one government come in and do their own thing on our soil to our people, why can't any other country? I don't know. Maybe the United Kingdom is going to come on over and open up a police station too. Hey, Canada, Mexico, who knows? They're all going to come over, do their own thing, have their own police departments. What are we doing to stop this? I continue to ask questions like, did the Confucius Institute have anything to do with this? That's a spy agency operating in our colleges, like at Binghamton University, right this second, and also at the alma mater for Eric Swalwell, the member of Congress who had a Chinese spy as his lover as he was giving away American secrets. So I have asked him this question. I have asked him to answer this as immediately as possible and to come to a resolution as soon as possible. I sent this out to all of them because they are in charge. Or in the case of the New York 19th, that they may become in charge. I don't know who's going to win that election. I don't care. I've asked every one of these people to give me a clear answer, to give you a clear answer. I have clearly stated in this email that if any member of the United States government at any level would like to come onto this program and to explain how this happened and why it is happening or what they are doing to stop it, I will give them as much time as they want to make sure that there is clear transparency to the American public. I told them I was going to reveal this to the public, to share this with the public, which I have done in multiple ways. I've shared this on social media so that the American public know what's going on and that they are aware that there are questions here. And we have the right to complain, to ask for action, to have this change. Because this is a big deal. Let me get to some of the comments. Because I've been going at it. And by the way, if you think that a foreign government should be able to have their independent police station in America using laws and rules of other countries in America against American citizens, illegal aliens, and foreign nationals, please tell me why. If you think that's a good thing, call in. Anyone can call in. If you think I'm wrong, if you think I'm right, I want to hear your voice. But I especially want to hear people who think, Mike, you just don't understand. You just don't understand. China should be able to punish people in America for breaking Chinese law. Please tell me why. Tell me how they have that right. Tell me how that doesn't break the Constitution. How do we even have laws if we allow this to happen? Because I guarantee you, China will not let New York City police go over to Shanghai and open up a police department there pushing United States laws. I guarantee you they aren't letting us do that. They're not going to let the United Kingdom or France or Germany or Canada, Australia, New Zealand, they're not going to let them open up police departments in any part of China. They're not going to do that. But they can do it to us? Why in the hell would we let them do that? Let me go to the comments. So Love to TVL, Love to Travel says, I have to say, our government, the American government, is allowing it. Well, they have, because it exists, because it can be investigated. It is a fact. We know this is happening because they're letting it happen. They didn't think anyone would find out. Mike Bowie says, if we can't carry 2022, this country is lost. Very possibly, because it seems the people in charge right now, they're okay with these things. They're okay with having foreign governments in our country running off of foreign laws. They're okay with having open borders. They are okay with bankrupting this nation. They're okay with having equity decide whether or not you're going to be helped in the time of greatest need. These are very un-American values, I have to tell you. Dow says, why is it that the Chinese Communist government is having a seat on the Security Council and the Human Rights Committee in the UN? It's a bad joke. And I agree, it really is. User has been banned, mentions that the UN has been a joke for decades now. Mind you, progressives think the UN has no power. The UN is a joke. But progressives say the UN should be able to make laws above and beyond. The UN, we should be following the UN, not the Constitution, which I disagree with. User has been banned. Reminds us that China has access to any company that operates in China. So that would be TikTok and all the data that comes from TikTok. And I agree. But if there is someone who is complaining about the Chinese government and they're using Facebook, if they're using Twitter, Getter, Rumble, if they're on Minds, if they're on any other social media, and they're using that, and they have an alias, China doesn't have access to that information. So how are they finding these people? If they're not using TikTok and they're using everything else, how are they finding these people to punish? What laws in America are they breaking, and how are they interacting with American citizens to find these Chinese nationals? And just in case you're wondering, the second a Chinese national, the second anyone puts their foot on U.S. soil, the Constitution and the amendments apply to them. Something that I reminded all of these elected officials, I reminded them, the second that they put their foot on American soil, they are under the protection of the Constitution and the amendments, as decided by Kwang Hai Chu versus Colding, where the Supreme Court held that due process and the Fifth Amendment apply to non-citizens. The Constitution, the laws of America apply to everyone on U.S. soil. It's the reason why the Guantanamo detainees never have been allowed to touch American soil, because their rights and privileges and everything changes the second they hit American soil. Whether you think that's right or wrong doesn't matter. That's why they haven't, because once you touch American soil, you have different rights. So those same Chinese nationals have the right by the First Amendment to complain about their government. User has been banned says, I wonder if Lee Zeldin, if he wins, would he answer this email? You know what? I would love to hear that. I look forward to any candidate of any party, whether they're going to win or not, to answer what the hell is going on and how are they going to stop this. Anyone, any politician, any elected politician, anyone, any candidate who's on the ballot for November of 2022, anywhere in the United States that would like to answer what is going on and what they want to do to stop this from ever happening again is welcome on this program at any time. I don't care if you're from Kansas, North Dakota, if you're in Portland. I don't care where you are in America. If you are an elected official or you are a candidate on the ballot for November of 2022, you can call in and tell me what your plan is to stop this from ever happening again. I can't make it any more open than that. Dow says, my bet is Joe Biden and the DNC got paid not to look closely at this, that they knew this was happening. And, like the big man, Hunter Biden got a little bonus check and the big man got 10%. And so they stopped paying attention to this. Maybe. We won't find out until we see the investigations. Let's track the money. Where's the money on this? Somebody had to let those Chinese police into the United States. They had to get a visa to enter the United States. And if they are Chinese law enforcement, the FBI, at least, if not the CIA, had to investigate those individuals. Somebody had to approve this. There is a paper trail. We need to just find out, where is it? Let me see here. User has been banned says, well, if we have open borders, we don't have a nation. That makes this insane BS reasonable. Well, you're right. We don't have borders. We don't have a nation. Then, yeah, of course, any country can come in. But then it creates a free-for-all, and that's how you have a civil war start. That's how you have war start, because people just start doing things from around the world and in the country just because they want to. There is no law, and that's the problem. Love to Travel mentions that we're correct in what we are saying here. So there isn't anyone that's going to use any facts to disagree with us. They may say they don't like us. They may say that they don't feel like this is a good thing, or that we're complaining about it, that they feel bad about that, but they can't factually argue this, which is why politicians on the left are silent, why our leadership on the left are silent, why they are in control and they have nothing to say, why Kathy Hochul, Antonio Delgado, why the Democrats in the New York State Senate and New York State Assembly, they have nothing to say. They want this to go away. They don't want you to hear about this. This is why this story has been suppressed. New York Times isn't talking about it. Newsweek, USA Today, CNN, they're not talking about this. They do not want you to have a conversation. And it's because if you heard that they let this happen and they're okay with it, you might not vote Democrat. And that's why they're not going to tell you anything. And I don't expect to have any emails in response to this until November 9th, November 10th, after the election. Then they might answer this. That's what I think. Yes, Tina, I know your love to travel. I know that. And it seems that Facebook, part of the reason why we may not be able to see the comments today is because Facebook is apparently breaking up our conversation. They don't want people to hear this. Because we're not having any problem. We have not dropped a single frame in this live stream. But Facebook seems to not be able to show this to the public. Okay. Let me see. Dal says that our government seems okay with cartels running fentanyl from China into the United States, while cartel money is getting laundered by the Chinese banks and being recruited through 10,000 Talents, the Confucius Institutes, and the Chinese Embassy. That this is a big espionage, mafia-style event happening in the United States, and I can't say that you're wrong. It is terrifying. Now, I want to take a second here, and I want to put this together. Let's think about what we've been talking about. So, we have no borders. Our southern border is gone, doesn't exist, because we've got 5 million illegal aliens that have proven we don't have a southern border. We got 8,000 people a day entering the United States, just walking across the border. We've seen the video that are coming into America. They can't go to the Hamptons. They can't go to Martha's Vineyard, but they can go and live in your neighborhood. They can live on your property. So we have open borders. We have terrorists have been caught coming into America and trying to assassinate American elected officials. That's a fact. We know that. We've covered that on the program. New York State, a progressive state. And if I were in California, I'd be asking everyone in California, in Illinois, California, in Delaware, these Democratic strongholds, I'd be desperately asking your government, your state government, is this happening there too? Because New York, someone in New York said it's okay for this foreign government to walk in and open up a police station. And if they can do it in New York, They can do it in Illinois. They can do it in California. They can do it in Delaware. So I'd really be asking all these states, what the hell's going on? And are you letting the Chinese government break our laws? And the same people who are letting these laws be broken, and the FBI and CIA that absolutely have to know about this, have told our president, they've told Joe Biden, they've told Kamala Harris, they've told the Speaker of the House and the Senate all about this. They would have to. It would be part of their daily briefing that Chinese operatives are in the United States punishing American citizens for breaking Chinese laws. And they, in their ultimate wisdom, Kamala Harris, Joe Biden, ignored it. Just like they ignored the food crisis, they ignored the inflation, they ignored the recession because there's an election coming up and they don't want to lose the election. And that great symbol of leadership has allowed the Solomon Islands to say they don't trust America. It has led North Korea to think that they can threaten 3 times a month South Korea, Taiwan, and Japan, our allies, with hypersonic missiles 3 times a month all year long, more than any president ever in the history of America, because they think we're that weak. And we have, in the Ukraine, we're giving $60 billion to distract the rest of America from the problems around the rest of the world. As Kamala Harris is creating policy and precedent that people are going to be helped in natural disasters. The United States federal government is going to parcel out help and support of the poor and needy based on skin color. That is the highest priority for need in America. Skin color. Not whether you're homeless, not whether or not you just survived a natural disaster, not if you're a child. It's the color of your skin. Can anyone tell me why? Can anyone understand why I'm upset? How this is infuriating? Oh my God. Give me a second, folks. Give me a second here. And yes, I've been checking about the messages from my family in Puerto Rico who were affected by Fiona. And yes, I'm checking on my family who are in Florida, like many people who've been affected by Hurricane Ian. And I do hope that everyone will be well. But this stuff is insulting. Yes, Lynn Kesker, I see your comment. It is disgraceful. This is upsetting. This is sickening. This is terrifying that this is what is happening to the American government. And I'm the bad guy. I'm the bad guy because I'm telling you about the news. I'm telling you the news that exists, that the left-wing media has published. They have confirmed it. This isn't some Mickey Mouse. These are major internationally credible institutions. Know this for a fact. They know this is true, and they don't want you to talk about it. So I'm the bad guy for telling you that this country is falling apart around you. And I'm the bad guy. I don't believe it. Folks, anyone can call on to 607-242-1582. By the way, I do want to mention, if you have found anything that we've spoken about, informational, educational, interesting, entertaining, please like, share, and subscribe. Let other people know about this. Give us the opportunity to talk to more people around the world. You know, as we get 1,000, we break through 1,000, we get to even more, we'll be able to reach more and more people and to have them comment. And maybe they will be able to change the laws. Maybe they'll be able to influence our government to be able to do better things, whatever you think that better thing is. Because that's how we do that. My number is 607-242-1582. Anyone can call in. We want to just reach more people. We want to be able to speak to more people. It costs you nothing. It just takes a moment, and you'll be able to be notified about when we do our videos, whether it's the J Rest Break with John Rastusha, who does that every day, or whether it's our videos that we do or interviews that we have on this channel. We want you to be aware. And we're not asking you to believe what I believe. We've never said that. We want you to make up your own mind. That's why we provide you with the links in the description so that you can see the information for yourself, so that you can make up your mind. It's why we show it to you on the screen so that you can read the information and you can make up your mind. Now, I'm very upset right now, folks. I'm really upset about this because the consequences of this are absolutely devastating. They're devastating, long-term and short-term. This is how you break a country. This is how we destroy it. All of these things happening at once. And we're being told, don't think, just obey. Don't complain. Don't even believe people who are complaining. Don't look at the sources of the information. Just obey the headline that tells you it's okay. It's all okay. Ask the Biden administration. Ask the Biden-Harris administration, their press secretary, any of the reporters who are talking to them. Everything's okay. You just don't understand. I find that so insulting. Okay, let me go back to some of the comments here. Hot Chicks. Hey, Hot Chicks. I know you've been here for a while, so it's good to see your comment. Hot Chick says that she's going to call Mark Molinaro on this. Please, I want people to call all of their politicians, not just Mark Molinaro. Contact Josh Riley. Contact Donna Lupardo. Contact Kathy Hochul. Contact Newsom, Gavin Newsom out of California. Reach out to Whitmer in Michigan, to Governor Wolf in Pennsylvania. Reach out to your senators like Chuck Schumer, Kirsten Gillibrand. Oh God, I'm forgetting all their names right now. Reach out to all of them. Reach out to the White House. It took us over 24 hours to send this same letter. To send this letter to the White House, it took us 24 hours. Everybody else, including the Department of Justice, received this letter requesting information before the White House. The White House blocked us from sending out this message for 24 hours. I wonder why. But send your own letter. Copy this letter, copy it, adjust it for your area, send it out. Make your own letter, make your own phone call. Ask them, what the hell are they doing? Because remember, in America, they answer to us. They represent us. We have the power, not Joe Biden, not AOC, Nancy Pelosi, Chuck Schumer. They don't have the power of America. We do. They answer to us. They respond to us. They act in our best interest. They don't get to decide, like Kamala Harris, that FEMA is not going to give out help to people in a hurricane zone, relief, based on their skin color. Kamala Harris might do that, but FEMA isn't. And they won't as long as we keep telling them they don't have that right, that power. That's not what our tax dollars are for. They cannot do this. But that only happens if you let your voice be heard. Whether you're a Democrat, a Republican, a conservative, a progressive, whatever political affiliation you have, If you think this is wrong, you need to speak up. And hopefully also subscribe. But let me go on with the comments. User has been banned says, after as long as the right people are in, I doubt the people in now would answer this even after the election if they make it in. And that, you know what? I don't expect them. I expect that if I get any answers, because they usually don't answer me. They try to avoid these questions. It's like I sent all of the same people contact and I asked them about the Americans in Afghanistan. I got one answer back. Excuse me, no, two answers back. Claudia Tenney gave me the best answer she could, and Assemblywoman Donald Pardo said she had no idea. Those were the two answers I got about Americans being abandoned in Afghanistan that I've been asking about for over a year. They will try to ignore it. But that's because I'm just one guy. They think. They forget we have an audience. That people will be able to see this video and they can comment and they can share it. They can like it. They can have their own conversations based on the evidence that they see before them. User asks, is this an act of war? Could be. Depends on how. See, if China had their police come to America under false pretenses, established a police station illegally without notification of anyone in government, and is punishing or affecting American citizens, yes, that is an act of war. Yes, that could be construed as an act of war because that is insurrection. It is disruption of the nation. It is a violation of all of our laws and our integrity as a nation. Yes. And if it's affecting our American citizens, then that is a crime against American citizens. So therefore, yes, they could. It could be an act of war. Now, under the Biden-Harris administration, they're terrified of China. So they won't call it an act of war, even if it is. But that doesn't mean they can't, even if they don't want to call it an act of war, which it might be, they can take action and kick those guys out and stop this from ever happening again. They could. They won't unless we complain. And the major news media don't want you to complain. They want you to obey. That's why they won't tell you about this. So, going on. Hot Chick says, the Hong Kong police are really good. Hong Kong isn't mainland China. And Hong Kong is being beaten down. That's why the leadership of Hong Kong, 47 elected officials in Hong Kong, all disappeared. Just like the Uyghurs in China disappeared. Because China doesn't like people having free speech. They don't like them even looking at America to understand the Constitution and free speech. They don't even want you to think about it. So yes, the Hong Kong police, much better. But China's trying to break that as well. Hutchins goes on to say, so the complete thought is, Hong Kong police are really good. They kick you nicely if you tell them to stop. Cool Roy. Hey, Cool Roy. Good to see you joining the program. Cool Roy says, I think you've been on all day. No, just since 2:30. We start at 2:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time every Sunday. Usually go on for about 3 hours. We're at 3 hours and 18 minutes. I'll keep going as long as people are talking here because I think these are important. Jan says, always love the show. Got to make dinner. Have a great evening, everyone. Keep mega strong. Absolutely. And keep MAGA strong. I am ultra MAGA. You know what that means? I believe in America first. I believe in American domestic policy. I believe in a strong, United States. Because with strong leadership, with strong rules and regulations, we see the rest of the world stabilize and become more peaceful. that is good for the world. It is good for America. I believe in the Constitution. I believe in the amendments. I believe in states' rights, unlike Josh Riley and many other Democrats running for elected office right now. I believe we have a voice. That is MAGA. That is making America great. That is America first. And I think that's fantastic. And if you happen to be UK first, you believe in a great and powerful and as powerful as possible United Kingdom. If you believe in Australia first, if you believe in Canada first, because you are Canadian or Australian or British, if you happen to be from India or wherever in the world you are, and you think your nation should be the first priority of your people, I agree with you. And that's a good thing. Because that's how you make your countries better, and that's what gives more peace in the world. Not this backwards, stupid America last ideology that comes from the progressives. It makes no sense to anyone. And I do appreciate, by the way, no matter, I know I'm on during football. It's football season now, and I don't care. I'm on. Some people will see the show after it's live. Some people will see parts of it. You can't see the whole thing. Some people will listen to it as they go to sleep. It's fantastic. I appreciate each and every one of you, no matter how much you can see or not. I appreciate you whether you disagree or you agree. I appreciate whether you call in or you leave a comment. I appreciate you because you matter as an individual, not as a checkbox, but as an individual, as a human being, and most importantly, for those of you who are Americans, as Americans. Hot Chick says, I wonder why no one calls. Well, because they're afraid. Because I will hold them accountable. And they know it. I have a reputation. Many people may not realize it. I have a reputation amongst politicians that I am very tough, but I'm also very fair. That I will let them, they can share whatever point of view that they have, whether I agree with it or not. And as long as they are making their point clear, they're more than welcome on any program and any interview I have with them. But they're terrified because I'm also going to ask them questions, not softballs. I'm going to ask them real questions. Even my friends, guys like Larry Sharp, who's a libertarian, and Larry Sharp is a friend of mine. I've known him for 7 years. He comes onto the program, and he knows that when I do an interview with him, he's going to get tough questions. Claudia Tenney, who I have come to have as a very good friend. I've known her about 8 years now. She's been in Congress twice. She's in Congress right now. She's going to be reelected. She knows when she comes onto this program, I'm going to ask her tough questions. Not because I don't value the friendship I have with them, but because I value them as friends. I hold them to the same standards as I hold every other politician, Republican or Democrat, Libertarian or Conservative, even the Green Party, who I have interviewed before. I will give them all a fair opportunity to put across their views, but they must answer my questions. No dancing, no avoiding, no skipping. They're going to be asked a tough question, and they need to give a real answer. And that's why they don't call in, because I'm not going to let them gaslight the public or put out some kind of parrot, some bullet point and think that, oh, well, that's good enough. No, the economy is great. You know it's great because the Biden administration said so. Press secretary said everything's fine. You're not going to get away with that answer on this program. No politician will get away with that because that's not an answer. That's avoiding the question. And I'm good at this. I know how they try. I know all the wording and all the tricks they use to try and avoid answering the question. They don't get away with that with me, which is why they're terrified of me. Universally, Republicans, Democrats, all of them, they're terrified of me, which is a good thing. Elected officials should be afraid of the public. They should be afraid of the news media. They should be afraid that when they fail to answer the questions, when they fail in their duties, that they will be called out. They should be afraid of that. and it should happen more often. Then Lynn mentions LGB. I don't know what LGB means. I don't know what that means. Hang on a second. So I don't know what that means, but I will go on. But she thinks that we're doing fantastic. Thank you, Lynn, for your support for this channel. I wonder what Trump, user has been banned, says, I wonder what Trump would say about these stations if he was in. I don't think they would exist if they were in. If we have politicians with balls, and that includes the women, and I don't mean in a transgender kind of way, I mean like if Kamala Harris had the balls to treat China like she treats Republicans, if she had the balls to treat the opposition of America like she treats black Republicans, then we wouldn't be in this situation. They wouldn't do this. They didn't do this under Trump. They did it under Biden-Harris. Why? Because Biden-Harris are weak. Because appointed Governor Kathy Hochul is weak. Because Eric Adams, the progressive, the practical progressive, as he describes himself, the mayor of New York, is abysmally weak. Because they have no belief in the system of law, and they will fold to anyone who does have balls, anyone who does say they're going to assert themselves, and that's why they let this happen. And if any of those people think I am wrong, this channel is always welcome to hear their voices. They can come on, and again, I will give them as much time as they want, as much time as they need to refute anything and everything I am saying, including the sources. I am open to that. It is a challenge. I will come to you. I will go to Kathy Hochul. I will go to Eric Adams. I will go to Josh Riley. I will go to Assemblywoman Donna Lopardo, Jason Garnar, the county executive. I will go to Senator Chuck Schumer or to Kirsten Gillibrand, or if the White House would let me, I will go to the White House and I will have this discussion with them anytime they want. Just tell me. I will show up happy to have this conversation, and I will put it out verbatim. And that includes, even if I am embarrassed, even if I get it completely wrong, even if they prove me to be an absolute fool, I would show you every single word without edit. We have never edited a single interview, a single word. Because this isn't about whether I look good. This is about the information for you. It's making sure that your questions get answered, and more importantly, that they get asked. So no, I don't think if it were Trump was involved, no, they wouldn't even do this, because they didn't do it before, because they are afraid, because that's a leader, and that's why. Oh, let's go, Brandon. That's what that means. Lynn said, let's go, Brandon. Okay. Let's go, Brandon. Okay, makes sense. Let me see what else. Users Bamban says, yeah, but this could have been a thing for a while. I remember hearing about Chinese nations getting harassed by Chinese agents back then. You're thinking of what's called the Confucius Institute, which we have covered before on this channel. The Confucius Institute is a spy agency that works in our colleges. It exists right now in Binghamton University in the southern tier of New York. Binghamton University has a contract with China to employ Chinese agents to teach the students of Binghamton University the great joys and wonders of communism in China. That is what the Confucius Institute is for. That is what it does. I forget at the moment Eric Swalwell's college. It was in Delaware that he went to college, and they have a Confucius Institute. In fact, it was the second Confucius Institute in the United States. At his university, when he was there, which is how he met the Chinese spies that helped him get elected into office in California. That's how deep that is. So when you're some of the previous stories about Chinese nationals and people in former Chinese people from China in the United States being harassed by the Chinese government, many of them were because of the Confucius Institute that were operating in colleges across the United States. Luckily, today, only 20 colleges still have the Confucius Institute. Binghamton University is one of those. And again, this is a known spy agency. Don't believe me? Ask the Department of Justice. They've already done the investigations, and they are continuing to do investigations. And that's why colleges across the country have kicked the Confucius Institute out, because this is about espionage and conversion propaganda for the Chinese Communist Party. That is a fact. Yes, so they have been flying under some people's radar for quite some time. Now, mind you, as I talk about the Chinese Communist Party, we're seeing that the internet has a problem with the conversation. I have dropped 0 frames, but we've lost people in the conversation. Tells you something. They don't like us talking about this. Facebook continues to have a problem as well. And they still won't let me let the chat up today. It's crazy. Yes, stealing research was part of it. Absolutely. That's what the Confucius Institute is accused of doing across the world. Give me a second. I'll show you what I mean. I have the source. Bear with me. No. I'm trying to find it for you. Come on. I'm trying to look for that article I did on the Confucius. There it is. So, for those who are wondering, it's going to pop up on the screen in a second. Do American values justify funding China at our colleges? This was an article we did on May 12th of 2020, and it is all about the Confucius Institute in America, and in particular at Binghamton University in the southern tier of New York. This is the Confucius Institute. And again, we were talking about it. Most people weren't paying attention because of the pandemic, but yeah, we've been talking about it for a while. So, and we'll include that link in the links in the description at the end of the show, so that you can learn more about the Confucius Institute. All right, folks, so we've been at it for about 3.5 hours. Let me ask you, and I know you may have been popping in and out because of football. You may have been watching other entertainment. Was there anything else that you, anywhere in the world, wanted to talk about? Was there another subject? You know, I know Mike mentioned Lizzo, who's an entertainer. So, Mike, put up a text, a chat message, or call in. Tell me, what is it about Lizzo? On this program, we don't care about entertainers. They're meaningless. Entertainers do not pass laws. Entertainers do not have international policy. Entertainers are there to entertain, so I could really care less about them. But that's me. Many other people do find them important. And I'd be happy to hear. Because until LeBron James is passing laws or introducing laws, he's an idiot and I don't care. He's overpaid and he should shut up. Yeah, He doesn't get to dictate internet U.S. policy or he wants to defund the police. What would he know? He has private police. He lives in a private walled off community. He doesn't live the life of a regular person. He doesn't know what he's talking about. So Lizzo, I don't know who Lizzo is. Let's start there. Who is Lizzo? I know she's an entertainer of some sort. I have no idea who she is. I have no idea what she looks like. And I have no idea what she did. So let me see the comments here. Yes, people, and you can use all of the links. You can, and I authorize, and I'm happy to have. You can take, as long as it's in context, you can always use any of the comments and any of the conversation and arguments I have made to send out to various elected officials. I have no problem with that, or sharing it on the rest of social media, as long as it is in context. As long as it's in context, whether you agree or disagree, you can share it. If it is out of context, then I will try and block it. That's that simple. But User Has Been Banned says that Lizzo played some crystal flute that may have belonged to a founding father who has never used it himself. Okay. But again, my question is, who is Lizzo? Yeah, but who's Lizzo? And she was twerking. Okay, she played a flute that was crystal from a founding father. Sounds stupid. The entire thing sounds stupid. Why was she doing this? And who the hell is Lizzo? Why is this person being spoken about? Do they have any importance at all to anyone's life? Lizzo is a singer. Who the hell cares? There will be a new singer replacing Lizzo as the most important, most hot, whatever thing next week. Who cares about Lizzo? Why should we care what Lizzo does? Seriously, this is why I don't. Lizzo is going to be, name the entertainer these days. We don't have musicians that really last more than, what, an album? Maybe two? What is that, 2 years, 3 years? They're distractions. They're useless. They're meaningless. They show up today, and in a year, they're gone. And someone else replaces them as being the next hot, ultra, wonderful, great distraction. Who cares? Lizzo isn't hot? Okay. I have no idea. Again, I don't know who this is. I don't listen to music nowadays because it's useless trash. Well, Bill Clinton's choice in women is not the best, especially when he's on Epstein's Island. As has been alleged, alleged with actual flight records that show that he was on the plane going to the island. But it's alleged. Who knows what he did when he got there? Yeah, because Bill Clinton's such an upstanding individual, and he's such an advocate for women's rights. Look, I'm not even going to look up who Lizzo is, because Lizzo is an entertainer. I could care less. They are a flash in the pan that is going to disappear rather quickly. I doubt if they're talented, because 90% of the entertainers that we're told we should be in love with are useless. That's why they don't last more than like 5 minutes. And they don't change anything. They're not important for anything. I respect Don Cheadle. Don Cheadle wanted to end the problems, the war in Rwanda. He went to Rwanda. Don Cheadle wanted to help the people in the Sudan who were getting massacred. It was a genocide. He went to the Sudan. He put his own money where his mouth was. I respect Don Cheadle. Lizzo played a flute. Big fucking deal. Excuse me. Sorry. That one slipped out. This is me talking, being a little bit more like I am when I'm not on the program. So, do I think it's stupid? Yes. But then again, I think anything with any of these entertainers is stupid. And they're not worth paying attention to. And if any of them want to be, if anyone who's trying to get me to buy their merchandise, their songs, their music, their videos, their TV shows, and they want to try and tell me how I should live my life, that guarantees I will never support them. Do I support Rings of Power? No. Why? Because they're telling me that my life is required, that I am required and obligated, and as a black man, I am obligated to watch their program and to support their ideology. Sorry, no, you don't get to make that choice. You're an actor. Screw you. You read words off of a script that someone wrote for you. You're meaningless. I care less. I didn't know you before this program. I won't know you after this program. Shut up. Go away. No, I will not support that. I don't support that with Marvel or Disney. I don't support that with anyone. And a lot of these people support. They're living such privileged lives that they're running around like Sean Penn, who thinks, Sean Penn, this is one of the reasons why I really hate these entertainers. LeBron James goes to China. Sean Penn goes to Cuba. And they're telling you, these are great. Communism is fantastic. We need a government just like that. Except I've lived in a communist nation. Not a visit, not a vacation, and I'm no superstar. I have talked to people who have emigrated from communist nations. Dozens upon dozens, hundreds of them, over decades. And what happened when real people get put into communism and aren't being used as some kind of propaganda marketing ploy? Yeah, people have miserable lives, miserable, horrible lives. So again, this is why I don't like entertainers. They misrepresent everything. And I don't think they're worth, they're not intelligible in the things they do. Same thing with McConaughey. Same thing. Yeah, they get treated, they're rich. Like the user has been man says, well, it's fantastic for the rich people to get special trips and the special treatment like Dennis Rodman, McConaughey, Sean Penn. Yeah, but if you show up in those countries, you're not getting that treatment. You're not going to live that kind of life. Don't think that's real. That's just more Hollywood make-believe. Really is. Okay, folks. So let me ask. We can either end the show in about 2 minutes, or we can have, if someone else has a conversation they want to talk about, you can call into 607-242-1582. I'll be happy to have that conversation, to hear your voice on it. Before we do that, I do want to play something for you guys. Come on. If I can get my computer to move. Here we go. And I want to make sure I show this to you. I know you've heard it before. What difference does it? You make the difference. When you watch, chat, tweets, your likes and shares and your subscription, you make the difference. From across the world, you help us to keep the lights on and the stream alive. You are making the difference to fight the woke and the crazy legislation that we see before. We at No Soundbites Allowed. And I want to thank you for everything that you do in helping us reach our goal, and your likes, your tweets, your comments, and your subscriptions to the channel. We want to thank you from the bottom of our heart. And this is a special thank you to those who have donated to the channel and helped us in all of our efforts. We will strive to make this channel the best that we possibly can because you deserve no less. Thank you. Yep. By the way, as a nice little tidbit, something that a lot of people don't know, not everyone on that list agrees with me. Some of the people who donate to this channel, and we appreciate, whether it's $1, whether it's been $25, whether it's $100, whatever amount, we have to say, to many, there's some people on that list. I'm not going to point out who they are. Some of them don't agree with some of the issues that we talk about. They don't agree with some of the points of view we have. That's freedom. That's free speech. To support and say, yes, you have the right to say something I don't agree with. Maybe you're offended by it. That's okay. And this channel is absolutely okay with that, as long as you have a reason. As long as you can share your reason with us and tell us why we should have a different point of view, because we're all human beings. None of us are perfect. And you know what? The more that we talk with each other about the issues that matter, the closer we can get to getting an answer, whether that's trying to end black on black crime, mass shootings, anything. Matter of fact, that's something I did want to talk about. Mass shooting. I want to end it on this. Well, two things I want to end it on. In California, like New York State, California is looking to ban natural gas furnaces and heaters. If you are in California, the government has decided for you that you cannot choose how you heat your home. It's very much like what we see in Switzerland, where they're trying to tell people what temperature they can use to heat their home. California has decided that you're going to heat your home with electricity. Mind you, this is the same California that had blackouts and brownouts and told you to buy electric cars that they would not let you charge. You could not charge your electric cars because they can't make the electricity you need. Now they're telling you you're going to heat your home with electricity that they can't provide. So you're going to freeze in the winter. You're going to freeze in the winter because they can't supply enough electricity, but you must use electricity. It's as stupid as what we are seeing right now in New York State. Assembly Bill A8431B. Okay? This is the All-Electric Building Act. This comes straight out of Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. This is straight out of the Green New Deal. It's stupid. It's stupid. By the way, you can't burn wood. I see that user has been banned. That's illegal too. They're saying that it is now, they're trying to pass this. And if they pass this, effective immediately, you will not be able to build a home with anything but electric heating. Just like in California, California actually passed it. New York is about to pass it, where they have decided that you don't get to choose about the electricity you use to heat your home. Which means, and this is important, New York State can't supply the electricity you need to heat your home. Going out to 2040, if you look at the research and everything that New York State is doing, they know for a fact that they cannot produce the electricity either with solar or wind, geothermal. They have no idea. Biogas, they have no idea where they're going to get the energy they need for you to heat your home. Everyone in New York State, how you're going to be able to heat your home with electricity. They can't do it, and they know it as a fact. They know that they can't even build the electric grid because they don't know what to make it for. They don't know how much it needs to carry. They have no idea. You don't have to believe me. Ask the politicians themselves where the electricity is coming from now until 2040. They'll say green energy. Do you have enough energy to heat, to be able to use this electricity? The answer from New York State is no. The DEP can tell you directly right now, they know they cannot make enough electricity, but they want to mandate, just like in California, the government is going to micromanage your life and your home and tell you you must do what they say, even though what they say doesn't have an answer, that they don't know what they are doing. Yes, Mike Bowie. And the plan is that this will lead to older homes. See, as they switch everyone to electricity, they're going to cut away all of the gas heating that is available. So you don't have to convert your old home. They just won't give you the fuel to be able to heat your home. You won't be able to do it. They're going to take the choice away from you. And they're going to tell you, you have a choice. The choice is you can do it. We don't know how you're going to get the gas. Don't know how you're going to be able to run your house. But if you can figure out a way to do it without using wood, because that's illegal, then no, you can do anything you want. If you can figure out how. And then, yes, that's right. As User Has Been Banned says, yes, they will fine you to hell and back. Mind you, these are the same geniuses, the same brilliant people that told you that you're going to be fine. You don't need a Second Amendment. You don't need bulletproof vests. You don't need to protect yourself because they've got it all taken care of. And these are the same people who are responsible when in Oakland, gang members, 3 gang members went to a school in Oakland and shot and killed 6 people. Because California has every single gun control that you can think of. Every gun control law that has ever been suggested, California has it, just like Illinois. All of them. Red flag laws. You need insurance to be able to own a gun. Restrictions on ammunition. Restrictions on the type of guns you can own. They've got everything. And the criminals don't care. The criminals don't care that the school is a gun-free zone, a sensitive area. They could care less. The criminals didn't care that children were present. They didn't care that they're supposed to have insurance and they're supposed to register their weapons. They don't care. Because the laws aren't targeting them. The laws are targeting you. They're targeting me. We're supposed to obey. The criminals don't obey. That's why they're criminals. And these laws did nothing to protect anyone. Meanwhile, Governor Newsom is saying that he should be president in 2024 because he's protecting everyone by stripping your right to defend yourself, to defend your family and your homes. Yeah. Does that make sense to anyone? You don't get any rights. You have to obey the government. The government's going to micromanage your life, from being able to defend yourself to being able to heat your home. And by the way, the government isn't smart enough to figure out where the electricity is coming for you to heat that home, nor are they going to protect you from the criminals who don't give a damn. Does that make sense to anyone? And these are the people we're supposed to vote for. These are the people that the news media is telling you should be voting for. These are the people that YouTube is promoting every day. Facebook is promoting these people every day. Twitter are promoting these people every day. They are telling you on social media that you must support these people. Otherwise, you're a bad person. You're an evil racist if you don't support them. You're an extremist if you don't support these people, and they have no clue. Hell, this program for a year has been telling you to watch out for the food crisis that is coming. Not just the shelves that are empty, 25% of shelves that are empty, but the fact that we know, and it has been predicted, and the White House even said, there is going to be a global food shortage. Some 40% of the food in the world we're not going to have. And not one of these people have told you a plan. That's how much they care about you. This is their concern for you. They know there's a global food crisis. They are seeing governments toppled because of this. And they don't care enough to even give you a half-assed answer of what they're going to do. They have no plan, and they won't even tell you that they think they have a plan. They're just going to avoid it completely. But those same brilliant geniuses that can't figure out a plan to feed you are the same geniuses that are telling you they're going to micromanage your life, determine what you're going to use for your heating, what you're going to inject into your body as medication, and they're the ones who are going to protect you as criminals are running rampant across this nation at levels not seen since the 1970s. And I'm old enough to remember the 1970s. They're pissing on your leg and they're telling you it's rain. Mike Bowie says, the saddest thing is he has friends and family who support all of this. User has been banned, says the same thing. I too, I know lots of people. I know people who are far leftists, members of Antifa, BLM, across this nation. They're not all evil people. I don't want you to think they're all evil people. Some of them truly believe what they say, but they don't have information. They're not paying attention to the details. Those very same people, almost every single time, if you show them the evidence that is in front, that I am showing you, some of the links I'm providing, and show them the evidence and say, okay, this breaks what you are saying. If you show them the conversation, like with, as an example, with Josh Riley running for the New York 19th, you may think he's a great guy. You may think he's a bad guy. I don't care. Josh Riley is looking to destroy the 10th Amendment. Whether you agree with abortion or not is not the question. He is saying the 10th Amendment is bad and he wants to break the 10th Amendment. Do people in America want to believe that? Do they want to believe that there is no such thing as states' rights? And when someone says to you, well, no, states shouldn't have those rights. Remember, those same states are the ones that are passing LGBTQAI++ whatever. Those are the same states that are passing sanctuary cities and sanctuary states. Those are the same cities that are allowing illegal immigrants to vote in our elections. If they can't have states' rights about abortion, they don't get states' rights about illegal immigration. They don't get states' rights about how they're spending the money or protecting gays and transgenders. All of that goes out the window. It's the same thing. So if you have a politician who says, I want to get rid of states' rights, he's telling you he wants to get rid of the protections for trans and gays. He's telling you that he wants to get rid of the protections for illegal aliens. He's telling you the very things that the progressives are supporting will be destroyed because one goes with the other. Tell them that. Let them think about that. Maybe one day they will get it and they won't support that anymore. Italy's seen it. Italy finally woke up. They're moving to the right. Sweden sees it. They're moving to the right. Chile saw it. They're moving to the right. We're seeing it across the world, country by country. They are waking up. They are seeing the reality and they're saying, no, this is stupid. Why are we going to kill ourselves for something that doesn't help anyone? And I think the far left in America will wake up one day too. Well, some of them. Not all of them, but some of them. But I did want to include that today. I wanted to mention that because, they keep telling us guns are bad. No, gangs are bad. People with bad intentions are bad. And telling me that we have a gun-free zone doesn't make you safe. Saying that you have to be registered, every gun has to be registered, every bullet has to be registered, you need insurance for all of that doesn't make you safe. Denying people the ability to wear a bulletproof vest and making that a crime, passive self-defense is a crime in New York State and is being considered as a crime in multiple other states. That isn't making you safe. And blindly obeying the government will never make you safe. History has shown that. The current world shows us that. All right, folks. So we've been on for 4 hours. My voice is a little tired, but I love speaking with each and every one of you. You guys are fantastic. And even though I wasn't able to show the chats on screen because of the social media giants messing with the feed today, I want you to know I love having these conversations with you. Please share this with your friends. Share this with people that may find it entertaining, informational, educational, people who may like it. I ask you, like, share, subscribe. Help us to get, we only need, I think it's 80, 75 people to get to 1,000. That is our goal. We're trying for that. We're so close, and you can help us get there. And most of all, I look forward to hearing your comments every Sunday at 2:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. You can also hear us Thursdays on The Rory Sauter Show. You can see us every Friday at 9 p.m. on the Liberty First Foundation Roundtable, where we're talking about many of these issues. You can reach out and see our videos all throughout the week. The J Rest Break by John Restucia. You can see the videos that we do. And always, we're happy to hear your comments. Always. I want you all to be well, and I look forward to seeing you again soon.